I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: The Giant of Grabest. In the rolling green heart of Somerset, where the hills swelled like the backs of sleeping giants, and the wind carried whispers of old magic, there nestled the village of Dunster. It was a place of timeless charm, its stone cottages huddled beneath thatched roofs, their chimneys puffing smoke into skies that turned gold at dusk. The streets wound narrow and cobbled, lined with bakeries that scented the air with warm bread, and forges that rang with the clang of hammer on iron. Beyond, the village fields of barley swayed, and flocks of sheep dotted the slopes, their wool a treasure that made Dunster's market the envy of the county. The villagers lived simply but well, their evenings filled with tales by the hearth stories of heroes and spirits that haunted the ancient woods. At the edge of Dunster loomed Grabest Hill, a steep wooded rise crowned with jagged rocks and shrouded in mist. Once it had been a place of picnics and children's games, its slopes alive with laughter. But that was before Gorzod came. No one knew where the giant hailed from. Some said he was born of the earth itself, others that he'd wandered from a forgotten realm. But his arrival shattered Dunster's peace. Gorzod, who called himself Lord of Grabest, was a colossus taller than the tallest oak, his skin grey as granite, his beard a tangle of brambles, and his eyes burning red like forge fires. His voice was a thunderclap shaking the hills, and his fists could crush stone to dust. He emerged from a cavern deep within, Grabest claiming the hill as his domain and Dunster as his tribute. Gorzod's demands were merciless. Each month he descended to the village, his footsteps rumbling like an earthquake, and roared for offerings, sacks of grain, bolts of cloth sheep from the flocks. If the tribute pleased him, he'd retreat to his cave, gnashing his teeth in satisfaction. But if it fell short, his wrath was swift. He'd smash barns, uproot trees, or seize villagers to serve as slaves in his cavern, forcing them to haul stones for a monstrous fortress he was building within the hill. Those taken rarely returned, and those who did spoke in whispers of dark tunnels, piles of stolen gold and bones scattered like kindling. Fear became Dunster's shadow, draining the village of its warmth. The market grew sparse, the fields untended, and the laughter of children faded, replaced by the dread of Gorzod's next visit. Among the villagers was a boy named Jack, 13 years old, with a mop of straw blonde hair and eyes the color of a summer sky, sharp with mischief and cunning. The son of a poor tailor, Jack lived in a cramped cottage where needles and thread were as common as bread. He was small for his age, wiry and quick, with a grin that could charm a storm cloud. Dunster knew him as a trickster. Jack had a knack for slipping apples from market stalls or rigging harmless pranks, like tying a baker's apron to a cart so it trailed through the mud. But his heart was big, and he'd share his pilfered treats with the village's hungriest children, earning their loyalty and his mother's exasperated sighs. Jack's mother, Mara, was a woman of quiet strength, her hands calloused from sewing late into the night to keep their cottage warm. His father Tom was a gentle man, his tailor's shears steady despite their meager earnings. The family had little, but they had love, and Jack's days were bright with their care until Gorzod's shadow fell. A month ago, when their tribute of cloth ran short, Gorzod had stormed into Dunster, his bellows shaking the windows. "You dare cheat me!" he'd roared, and before Jack could blink, he'd snatched Mara, hoisting her like a doll and carrying her to his cavern. Tom had lunged after her, but Gorzod's fist sent him sprawling, and Jack, frozen with fear, could only watch as his mother vanished into the hill. Since that day, Jack's world had darkened. Tom barely spoke, his shears idle, his eyes hollow with grief. Jack tried to keep the cottage running, mending clothes and scavenging food, but his thoughts were with Mara, her warm laugh, her stories of clever foxes outwitting wolves. He blamed himself for not acting, for not being stronger, but anger burned brighter than guilt. Gorzod wasn't just a giant. He was a bully feeding on Dunster's fear, and Jack refused to let him win. He'd heard his mother's tales of heroes who used wits over swords, and he vowed to be one, not a knight, but a trickster cunning enough to topple a mountain. One moonlit night, as Dunster slept under a blanket of unease, Jack sat by the cottage's lone candle, his fingers tracing the edge of his father's shears. The village was crumbling. Another family had been taken that day, their cries still echoing in his ears. He couldn't wait for a savior. Dunster needed one now, and Jack, small as he was, would have to do. He slipped out the night air cool against his skin and packed a small bundle, a coil of rope from the shed, a handful of smooth stones for slinging, and a scrap of bread for courage. Grabest Hill loomed ahead, its silhouette jagged against the stars, and Jack felt a thrill of fear and purpose. Gorzod ruled by terror, but terror could be outsmarted, and Jack's mind was already spinning with plans. He crept to the hill's base, where the path to Gorzod's cavern began a gaping maw of stone flanked by boulders. The wind carried a low rumble, Gorzod's snores shaking the earth like a drum. Jack hid behind a rock, his heart pounding, and studied the cavern's mouth. It was wide enough for the giant to stride through, but narrow enough to block if he could find a way. He thought of traps, of tricks, of the stories Mara told, how a fox once lured a bear into a cave too small to turn around. If Jack could trap Gorzod, not with strength but with cunning, Dunster might breathe again. His first step was to learn the giant's habits. For 3 nights, Jack returned, watching from the shadows. He saw Gorzod emerge at dusk, his red eyes scanning the village's offerings, sacks of grain, wheels of cheese left at the hill's base. If the pile was large, he'd grunt and haul it inside. If small, he'd roar, smashing trees before seizing a villager. Jack noticed the giant's laziness. He slept most of the day, trusting Dunster's fear to keep the tribute coming. The cavern was his strength, a fortress no army could breach, but it could be his weakness too. If Jack could lure him out, trap him away from his lair, the village might stand a chance. On the 4th night, as Jack crouched in the dark, a plan took shape. He'd need help, not warriors, but friends who trusted his tricks. He thought of Will, the shepherd boy with arms like oak branches, Bess, who knew every shortcut in Dunster, and Tom, her little brother, whose aim with a sling rivaled Jack's. Together, they could build a trap, something to hold Gorzod long enough to free the slaves. It was risky. Gorzod's senses were keen, and one wrong move could end them all. But Jack had no choice. Mara was in that cavern, and so was Dunster's hope. He slipped back to the village, the moon his guide, and knocked softly on Will's door. The shepherd boy blinked sleepily, but his eyes lit up at Jack's whisper. "We're going to catch a giant by dawn." Jack had his team, a band of children who called themselves the Hill Gang, ready to outwit the terror of Grabest. As the first light touched the hill, Jack felt a spark of something new, not just fear, but defiance. Gorzod was big, but Jack's mind was bigger, and he'd prove it one trick at a time. The moon hung low over Dunster, its pale light casting long shadows across the cobbled streets and thatched roofs as Jack slipped through the village like a fox on the prowl. His heart still raced from the nights spent spying on Gorzod, the giant whose snores shook Grabest Hill and whose red eyes haunted his dreams. Jack's plan was taking shape, a trap to outwit the Lord of Grabest and free his mother Mara, along with the other villagers enslaved in the giant's cavern. But plans were only as good as their execution, and Jack knew he couldn't face Gorzod alone. He needed allies, and in a village gripped by fear, that meant turning to those who still dared to hope, the children of Dunster. Jack's boots whispered against the grass as he made his way to the shepherd's barn, where Will lived, a sturdy boy of 14, with arms strong from wrangling sheep and a laugh that could lift a room. Will was Jack's oldest friend, the kind who'd share his last crust of bread, but never let Jack forget a lost bet. Next, Jack headed to the miller's cottage home to Bess and her younger brother Tom. Bess, 12, was as quick as a hare, her dark braid swinging as she darted through Dunster's alleys, knowing every shortcut and hiding spot. Tom, barely 10, was small but fierce, with a sling that could hit a sparrow mid-flight. Together, they were Jack's Hill Gang, a crew of misfits who trusted his cunning and shared his defiance of Gorzod's terror. At the barn, Jack tapped on the shutter, and Will's sleepy face appeared, his brown eyes squinting. "Jack, it's past midnight," he grumbled, but his frown faded at Jack's urgent whisper. "We're going to trap the giant." Will's jaw dropped, but a grin spread, and he was out the door in moments, pulling on a worn tunic. At the miller's, Bess answered Jack's knock, her sharp gaze assessing him before she woke Tom, who clutched his sling like a talisman. In the shadow of an old oak, Jack laid out his plan. His voice low but steady, the moonlight glinting in his blue eyes. "Gorzod's lazy," Jack said, crouching to draw in the dirt with a stick. "He sleeps all day, only comes out for tribute or to grab slaves. His cavern's his fortress, but it's also his cage. If we can lure him out and trap him, we can block the entrance and free everyone inside, my ma, your Uncle Will, all of them." He sketched a pit near the cavern's mouth, wide and deep, to be covered with branches and leaves. "We dig here, make it look like solid ground. I'll bait him, get him to chase me right into it. Once he's stuck, we roll boulders to seal the cave." Bess crossed her arms, her braid swinging. "And if he doesn't fall, or if he catches you, he's not some dumb ox, Jack. Those eyes, they see things." Jack's grin was half cocky, half nervous. "That's why I've got you lot. Will you and Tom handle the digging? Your arms are stronger than mine. Bess, you're our lookout, fastest feet in Dunster. If Gorzod wakes early, you'll warn us." "I'll do the luring. I've outrun Farmer Giles's bull, haven't I?" Tom snorted, twirling his sling. That bull was half blind and you still lost a shoe. Will chuckled, but his face sobered. This is dangerous, Jack. My uncle's been gone 2 months. If we mess this up. He trailed off, the weight of their task settling like fog. Jack met his eyes, his voice firm. We won't mess up. For my ma. For your uncle, for Dunster. We're the Hill Gang, right? We don't back down. The others nodded, their fear tempered by Jack's fire. They set to work that night, stealing into the woods near Grabest Hill with shovels and picks borrowed from the forge. The pit was no small task, 10 feet wide, twice as deep enough to hold a giant but not kill him. Jack wanted Gorzod trapped, not dead. A dead giant might haunt Dunster's tales, but a trapped one could be forgotten. They dug under starlight, the forest alive with hoots and rustles, their breaths puffing in the chill air. Will's strength carved through the earth. Tom hauled dirt with fierce determination, and Bess kept watch, her silhouette darting between trees. Jack worked alongside them, his small frame tireless, but his mind churned. He'd seen Gorzod's cavern, its tunnels wide enough for the giant's bulk, its chambers stuffed with stolen wealth. Gold coins, wool bales, even a farmer's prized plow. The slaves, including Mara, were kept deep inside hauling stones for Gorzod's fortress. Their chains clanking in the dark. Jack's plan hinged on timing. Gorzod was slowest at dusk, groggy from sleep, his greed for tribute outweighing his caution. But one misstep, one early wake, and Jack would be a smear under the giant's fist. On the third night, as the pit neared completion, disaster struck. The Hill Gang was scattering leaves over the trap, their whispers blending with the wind when the ground shook. A low, rumbling growl that wasn't thunder. Jack froze, his shovel clattering. Gorzod Bess hissed, her eyes wide from her perch in a pine. The giant's snores had stopped, replaced by a heavy tread echoing from the cavern. A shadow loomed at the entrance, massive and hunched, Gorzod's red eyes glowing like coals in the dark hide. Jack whispered, shoving Tom behind a boulder. Will dove into a ditch, and Bess melted into the trees, but Jack lingered, his heart hammering. Gorzod stepped out, his beard trailing like vines, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. I smell, man, he growled, his voice a landslide. Each word shaking the leaves, he scanned the hill, his gaze sweeping perilously close to the pit, still half covered and glaringly obvious in the moonlight. Jack's mind raced. If Gorzod saw the trap, the plan was ruined and the Hill Gang would be next. He grabbed a stone from his pouch, took aim and flung it far into the woods where it cracked against a tree. Gorzod's head snapped toward the sound, his eyes narrowing. "Who's there?" he bellowed, stomping toward the noise, his footsteps crushing saplings. Jack held his breath, praying Bess stayed hidden. The giant prowled for agonizing minutes, muttering curses, but the forest's shadows shielded the children. Finally, with a grunt, Gorzod turned back, his bulk disappearing into the cavern, his snores resuming like a storm. Jack exhaled, his legs wobbling as he signaled the others. Bess dropped from her tree, her face pale. "That was too close," she whispered. "He almost saw it." Will climbed from the ditch dirt, smudging his face. "We can't keep this up, Jack. If he wakes like that again, we're done." Jack nodded, his grin gone. "One more night," he said. "We finish the pit. Make it perfect. Tomorrow I'll bait him. He's greedy, greed makes him stupid. We'll get him." Tom clutched his sling, his small voice fierce. For your ma, for my pa. The hill gang worked with renewed urgency, layering branches and earth until the pit was invisible, a deadly secret beneath a mask of leaves. As dawn crept over Somerset, they slipped back to Dunster. Exhaustion, heavy but hope-burning. Jack lay in his cot staring at the ceiling, Mara's face in his mind. Tomorrow he'd face Gorzod not as a boy, but as Dunster's trickster, ready to turn the giant's strength into his downfall. The hill gang was with him, and together they'd make Grabest Hill a place of stories again, not of fear, but of courage. But as sleep claimed him, Jack heard a faint rumble from the hill like a warning from the earth itself. Gorzod was no fool, and Jack's tricks would need to be sharper than ever to outwit a giant's wrath. The dawn broke over Dunster with a hesitant glow, the sun struggling through a veil of mist that clung to Grabest Hill like a shroud. The village below stirred uneasily its cobbled streets, quiet save for the occasional bleat of a sheep or the creak of a shutter. Jack stood at the edge of the forest, his straw-blonde hair damp with dew, his blue eyes fixed on the hill's dark silhouette. The pit was ready, a cunning trap concealed beneath branches and leaves, its depths waiting to swallow Gorzod, the giant who had terrorized Dunster for too long. The hill gang Will, Bess, and Tom huddled nearby, their faces pale but determined, their breaths visible in the chill morning air. Jack's plan was bold, but last night's close call when Gorzod's red eyes had nearly spotted their work had sharpened their nerves to a razor's edge. Jack adjusted the makeshift bait slung across his back, a tattered cloak stuffed with straw tied to look like a bulging sack of tribute. It was heavy dragging at his small frame, but it was the key to luring Gorzod into the trap. The giant's greed was his weakness, Jack knew, and a prize too tempting to ignore would draw him out groggy and careless at dusk. Will flexed his broad shoulders, ready to push boulders if needed. Bess, her dark braid tucked under a cap, scanned the hill for any sign of movement, and Tom clutched his sling, a pouch of stones at his belt. They were the hill gang Dunster's last hope, and Jack felt the weight of their trust like a stone in his chest. "We stick to the plan," Jack whispered, his voice steady, despite the flutter in his gut. "I get him to chase me to the pit. Bess, you signal if he moves early. Will Tom be ready to block the cavern once he's down? No mistakes." He flashed a grin, the same one that had charmed apples from market stalls, but it didn't reach his eyes. Mara, his mother, was somewhere in that cavern, chained and weary, and every second brought her closer to despair. Bess nodded, her sharp eyes darting to the hill. "If he smells you, Jack, you're done. Run fast." Will clapped Jack's shoulder, his voice low. "You've got this. For your ma, for my uncle." Tom, small but fierce, twirled his sling. "I'll hit him square in the nose if he gets close," he said, and Jack chuckled, the tension easing for a moment. As the sun climbed, the gang took their positions. Bess melted into the trees, her footsteps silent, her whistle ready to warn of danger. Will and Tom crouched behind a cluster of boulders near the pit, their muscles tensed for action. Jack waited until dusk, when Gorzod was slowest, his mind dulled by sleep. The sky turned amber, the hill's shadows lengthening, and Jack crept to the cavern's mouth, his heart pounding like a drum. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and something sour. Gorzod's breath, a stench that made Jack's stomach churn. He set the straw-stuffed cloak on the ground, a tempting decoy, and cupped his hands around his mouth. Gorzod, Lord of Grabest, he shouted, his voice echoing off the rocks. Dunster sends its finest tribute, gold cloth, the best we've got. Come claim it, or I'll take it back. The hill rumbled a low growl that shook pebbles loose. Jack's pulse spiked, but he held his ground, his eyes locked on the cavern's dark maw. A shadow stirred within, massive and hulking, and Gorzod emerged, his gray skin gleaming like slate, his beard a wild tangle, his red eyes blazing with greed. He was even bigger than Jack remembered, his fists like boulders, his teeth jagged as broken flint. Who dares? He roared, the sound a landslide, and his gaze fell on the cloak, its bulk promising riches. Jack grabbed the rope tied to the decoy and bolted, dragging it toward the pit. Catch me if you can, you overgrown ox. He taunted, his voice high with mock panic. Gorzod snarled, his greed outweighing his caution, and charged, each step an earthquake that sent dirt flying. Jack's legs burned the pit just yards away, but the giant was fast, his shadow swallowing the ground behind him. Jack felt the heat of Gorzod's breath, heard the snap of branches under his feet, and fear clawed at him, too close, too close. He reached the pit's edge, the hidden trap beneath its cover of leaves, and yanked the decoy hard, sending it skidding across. Gorzod lunged, his massive hand swiping, and Jack dove to the side, rolling into a ditch as the giant's weight hit the trap. The branches cracked like thunder, the earth collapsing, and Gorzod plummeted into the pit with a bellow that shook the hill. Dust billowed, and the hill gang erupted in cheers from their hiding spots, their voices sharp with triumph. Jack scrambled to his feet, his chest heaving, and peered into the pit. Gorzod thrashed below, his red eyes wild, his fists pounding the walls, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the dirt. The pit was deep, but not deep enough. Already, the giant was clawing at the sides, his strength threatening to tear the trap apart. He's climbing! Bess shouted, her whistle shrill as she raced from the trees. Will and Tom sprang up, their faces pale, and Jack's mind raced. The plan had worked, but only halfway. If Gorzod escaped, Dunster would pay in blood. Get the boulders! Jack yelled, pointing to the pile they'd prepared near the cavern. Will and Tom ran, their muscles straining as they rolled a massive stone. But Gorzod's roars grew louder, his hand breaking through the pit's edge. Jack grabbed a stone from Tom's pouch and hurled it, aiming for the giant's face. It struck Gorzod's brow, drawing a howl, but it only enraged him further. The ground shook as he pulled himself higher, his fingers like tree roots digging into the earth. Bess reached Jack, her breath ragged. We can't hold him, she said, her eyes wide. He'll kill us all. Jack's heart pounded, but his mother's face flashed in his mind. Mara chained in the dark, counting on him. We block the cavern, he said, his voice fierce. If he gets out, we trap him inside. Come on. He led the gang to the pile, grabbing ropes to lever the boulders. Will's strength anchored the effort. Tom's small hands steady on the knots, and Bess darted between them, tying loops with practiced speed. They rolled the first boulder, its weight grinding against the earth, and shoved it toward the cavern's mouth. But Gorzod's hand broke free, grasping the pit's rim. Now Jack shouted, and they pushed with all their might, the boulder teetering before crashing against the entrance. Sealing it partially, Gorzod roared, his voice muffled but furious. and the ground trembled as he pounded from within the pit. The gang backed away, their triumph fragile, their eyes locked on the hill. The cavern was blocked for now, but Gorzod's strength was a storm, and Jack knew the fight wasn't over. He'd trapped the giant, but to save Mara and the others, he'd need one last trick, one bold enough to end Gorzod's reign forever. The dusk over Grabest Hill deepened into a bruised purple, the mist curling thicker around Dunster, as if the earth itself held its breath. Jack stood panting at the hill's base, his straw-blonde hair plastered with sweat, his blue eyes wide with a mix of triumph and dread. The pit had worked. Gorzod, the giant who terrorized Dunster, was trapped, his massive form thrashing in the deep leaf-covered trap the hill gang had dug. The cavern's entrance was partially blocked by a boulder, its weight a temporary barrier against the giant's wrath. But the ground still trembled with Gorzod's roars, each bellow a reminder that their victory was fragile. The giant's red eyes glowed from the pit's depths, his fists hammering the earth, sending cracks snaking through the dirt. Jack knew the trap wouldn't hold him long. Not a creature who could crush stone like bread. The hill gang, Will, Bess, and Tom, gathered around Jack, their faces pale under the grime of their labor. Will's broad shoulders heaved, his hands still gripping the rope used to move the boulder. Bess, her dark braid fraying, clutched a stick like a weapon, her sharp eyes darting to the pit. Tom, the smallest, twirled his sling nervously, his pouch of stones rattling. They'd done the impossible, lured Gorzod into a trap, but the giant's strength was a force of nature, and the slaves, including Jack's mother Mara, remained chained in the cavern. The hill gang's cheers had faded, replaced by the urgent need for a new plan. "He's breaking through," Bess said, her voice tight as a stone struck the pit's edge flung by Gorzod's rage. "That boulder won't stop him if he gets out. We need to move Jack now." Jack nodded, his mind racing like a hare. The pit was a delay, not a solution. Gorzod's cavern was a fortress, its tunnels wide and deep. But Jack remembered a story Mara had told him as a child, a tale of an ancient hollow within Grabest Hill, a narrow chamber where smugglers once hid their loot, its passages too tight for a giant to escape. If Jack could lure Gorzod into that hollow collapse, its entrance, the giant would be trapped forever, and the slaves could be freed. It was a desperate gamble, one that meant entering the cavern alone. But Jack had no choice. Mara's life and Dunster's freedom hung in the balance. "Get to the village," Jack said, his voice low but firm. "Warn everyone, tell them to bar their doors, keep the children inside. If this goes wrong, Gorzod'll come for Dunster. Will, you're strongest. Help them fortify the square. Bess, you're fastest. Spread the word. Tom, stay with her. Use that sling if anyone panics and causes trouble." Will's brow furrowed, his fists clenching. "You're not going in there alone, Jack. He'll crush you like a twig." Jack forced a grin, though his heart thudded. "He's too big to catch a twig like me. I know the cavern, seen it from the outside, heard the slaves' whispers when they escaped. There's a hollow, a trap better than our pit. I'll get him and block it and get Ma out. Trust me." Bess grabbed his arm, her eyes fierce. "You're crazy, Jack, but you're our crazy. Don't die, or I'll haunt you myself." Tom stepped forward, pressing a smooth stone into Jack's hand. "For luck," he said, his voice small but steady. Jack pocketed it, his throat tight, and nodded. "Go." He said, "I'll see you at dawn." The gang hesitated, then turned sprinting toward Dunster, their silhouettes swallowed by the mist. Jack faced the hill, the giant's roars echoing like a storm. He slipped around the boulder, finding a narrow crevice beside the cavern's entrance, just wide enough for his small frame. Squeezing through, he entered the darkness, the air thick with the stench of damp stone and Gorzod's sour breath. His rope was coiled over his shoulder, his pouch of stones at his belt, and his mind clung to Mara's stories, cunning over strength always. The cavern's main tunnel was vast, its walls scarred by Gorzod's claws, its floor littered with broken barrels and bones. Torches flickered, casting jagged shadows, and Jack heard the distant clank of chains. The slaves still alive, still working. He crept deeper, his boots silent until he reached a fork. One path led to the slave pens where Mara would be. The other narrower descended to the hollow he'd heard of, its entrance barely wide enough for Gorzod's bulk. Jack's plan was simple, but perilous bait. The giant into the hollow collapse its roof and trap him forever. He needed a lure. In a side chamber, he found Gorzod's hoard piles of gold coins, bolts of stolen cloth, even a silver chalice glinting in the torchlight. Jack grabbed a tattered tapestry, its threads sparkling with dust, and sprinkled it with crushed flint from the cavern walls, its faint glow mimicking gold. He dragged it to the hollow's entrance, leaving a trail of glittering dust, then tied his rope to a loose stalactite above the passage, a makeshift trigger to bring the roof down. The pit's rumbling grew louder. Gorzod was climbing out, his roars shaking the cavern. Jack's time was running out. He scrambled back to the main tunnel, his heart in his throat, and shouted, "Gorzod, you lumbering heap, I've got your treasure and I'm taking it all." His voice echoed sharp and taunting, and the giant's bellow answered closer now, the ground quaking as he burst free from the pit. Jack ran the glowing tapestry, dragging behind him its light a beacon in the dark. Gorzod's shadow loomed, his red eyes locking onto the treasure, his greed blinding him to the trap thief. He roared, his voice a thunderclap, and charged his fists, smashing stalactites to dust. Jack's legs burned the hollow's entrance just ahead, its narrow mouth a gamble. He dove through, pulling the tapestry, and Gorzod followed his bulk, scraping the walls, his snarls filling the air. Inside the hollow, the passage tightened, Gorzod's shoulders jamming as he forced his way in. Jack reached the far end, his hands shaking as he grabbed the rope. "Come on, you big oaf," he yelled, yanking the stalactite free. The roof groaned, stones tumbling, and with a final heave, Jack pulled the passage, collapsing in a deafening cascade of rock. Gorzod's roar was cut off, muffled by the rubble, his red eyes vanishing in the dust. Jack coughed, his body aching, but he was alive. The hollow was sealed, Gorzod trapped in its depths. His reign ended by a boy's trick, but the fight wasn't over. Mara and the slaves were still in the cavern, and Jack had to find them before the tunnels grew unstable. He stumbled back to the main path, the torchlight flickering, and followed the sound of chains, his mother's face driving him forward. The hill gang was warning Dunster, but Jack was alone now, a trickster in a giant's lair with one last task to finish. The cavern beneath Grabest Hill was silent, save for the faint drip of water and the distant groan of settling stone. Dust hung thick in the air, stirred by the collapse that had sealed Gorzod, the giant of Grabest, in the narrow hollow where Jack's cunning had led him. Jack stood panting, his small frame bruised and trembling, his straw-blonde hair matted with grit. The torchlight flickered, casting jagged shadows across the cavern's walls, and his blue eyes burned with a mix of relief and urgency. Gorzod was trapped, his roars reduced to muffled rumbles, his reign of terror ended by a boy's trick. But the victory was incomplete. Mara, Jack's mother, and the other enslaved villagers remained somewhere in the labyrinth of tunnels, their chains a reminder that Jack's work wasn't done. He clutched the rope still slung over his shoulder, its frayed ends a testament to the stalactite he'd pulled to collapse the hollow. His pouch of stones was nearly empty, but the one Tom had given him for luck pressed against his hip, a small anchor in the dark. The cavern felt alive, its walls trembling with the aftershocks of Gorzod's thrashing, and Jack knew he had to move fast. The tunnels could shift, or worse, Gorzod might find a way to break free. Mara's face, her warm smile, her stories of clever foxes drove him forward, her strength, the spark that kept his fear at bay. Jack retraced his steps through the main tunnel, the air heavy with the stench of damp stone and the giant's sour presence. The torch he'd grabbed from a wall sconce sputtered its flame weak, but enough to guide him. He followed the faint clank of chains, a sound that had haunted his dreams since Mara was taken. The tunnel widened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor strewn with broken tools and piles of rubble. There, in the dim light, he saw them. The slaves, a dozen villagers, their wrists bound by iron, their faces gaunt with exhaustion. Mara was among them, her dark hair streaked with dust, her hands raw from hauling stones for Gorzod's fortress. She knelt stacking rocks, her movements slow but unbroken. A quiet defiance in her posture, "Ma," Jack whispered, his voice cracking as he darted forward. Mara's head snapped up, her eyes widening, and a sob escaped her as she saw her son Jack. She rasped, her voice hoarse but alive. "You shouldn't be here, it's too dangerous." Jack knelt beside her, his fingers fumbling with the chain's lock. "I'm getting you out," he said, his voice fierce. "All of you Gorzod's trapped." "I did it, Ma. He can't hurt us anymore." He pulled a bent nail from his pouch, a trickster's tool, and worked the lock, his hand steady despite the tremor in his chest. The other slaves, Will's uncle, the baker's wife, a young farmer, watched in stunned silence, hope flickering in their weary eyes. The lock clicked, and Mara's chains fell, her arms wrapping around Jack in a hug that felt like home. "My brave boy," she murmured, tears cutting tracks through the dust on her face. Jack freed the others, his nail snapping on the last lock, but the chains were off, and the slaves stood their strength, returning with their freedom. The chamber shook, a low rumble from the hollow where Gorzod was trapped, and Jack urged them toward the exit. "We have to go," he said. "The cavern's not safe." Mara took his hand, her grip firm, and led the group through the tunnel, her knowledge of the cavern's layout guiding them. They passed Gorzod's hoard piles of gold wool and trinkets stolen from Dunster, and Jack paused, grabbing a sack to stuff with coins and cloth. "For the village," he said, slinging it over his shoulder. "Gorzod won't need it anymore." The tunnel narrowed, the boulder at the entrance looming ahead, its bulk a barrier they'd have to shift. But as they neared, shouts echoed from outside. Familiar voices sharp with urgency. Jack's heart leaped. The Hill gang, Will, Bess, and Tom hadn't stayed in Dunster. They'd rallied the villagers, and now a crowd was at the cavern's mouth, their torches blazing in the twilight. Will's strong arms were already at work levering the boulder aside, while Bess directed the effort, her voice cutting through the chaos. Tom stood guard, his sling ready, his small frame fierce. Jack, Bess called as the boulder rolled free, her face lighting up. You're alive. Barely. Jack grinned, helping Mara through the gap. The villagers gasped, then cheered, rushing to embrace the freed slaves. Mara clung to Tom, Jack's father, who'd joined the crowd, his eyes wet with relief. Will's uncle thumped his nephew's back, and the baker's wife sobbed in her husband's arms. Dunster's heart, so long crushed by fear, beat again, its people united under the hill that had once been their terror. Jack stood at the cavern's mouth, the sack of Gorzad's treasure at his feet, and faced the crowd. Gorzad's gone, he said, his voice carrying over the cheers. Trapped in the hill where he can't hurt us. This he kicked the sack coins clinking is ours now to rebuild, to share. But we did this together. The Hill gang, all of you, your Dunster's strength. The villagers roared, lifting Jack onto their shoulders, his small frame a beacon of their triumph. Mara and Tom beamed pride shining through their tears. Bess, Will, and Tom joined Jack, their grins wide, the Hill gang's bond unbreakable. The treasure was divided: gold for new roofs, cloth for warm clothes, wool for the weavers, and Dunster began to heal. Fields were replanted, the market buzzed again, and children played on Grabest Hill. Its slopes no longer a place of dread, but of daring games and whispered tales. Jack returned to his father's trade, his nimble fingers learning the tailor's art. But he was more than a seamstress's son now. He became Dunster's storyteller, weaving the tale of the giant of Grabest for wide-eyed children by the hearth. He spoke of cunning over might, of a village that found its heart by facing its fear. The cavern was sealed its entrance. A pile of stones, and Gorzad's muffled roars faded into legend. Yet on quiet nights when the wind howled through Somerset, some swore they heard a distant rumble, a reminder that giants even defeated left echoes. Dunster never forgot Jack or the Hill gang. Grabest Hill became a symbol, its name no longer spoken in fear but in pride. And Jack, with his mother's stories in his heart and his friends at his side, knew he'd sewn a tale bigger than any cloth, a tale of a boy who tricked a giant and gave a village back its soul. Story: The Pied Piper of Hamelin. In a forgotten corner of an ancient England where the river Weser wound like a silver thread through fields of barley and rye, there lay the town of Hamelin. It was a place of old beauty, its stone houses adorned with carved beams, their windows glowing warmly at dusk. The market square bustled with life merchants hawking wool and ale, children chasing hoops through the cobblestone streets, and minstrels strumming lutes under the shade of linden trees. Hamelin's wealth was renowned, its granaries overflowing its coffers heavy with gold. But beneath the town's polished surface, a shadow grew. The townsfolk, led by their mayor, Baldwin, had grown greedy, their hearts hardened by the clink of coin. They hoarded their riches, turning away beggars and neglecting the town's upkeep, letting sewers clog and alleys fester with refuse. Baldwin, a man with a silver beard and eyes like flint, ruled Hamelin with a tight fist. He sat in the grand council hall, its walls draped in velvet counting gold, while the town's edges crumbled. The council, a group of plump, self-important men, followed his lead, dismissing complaints about broken bridges or leaking roofs. Hamelin thrives, Baldwin would say, waving a jeweled hand. What need have we for change? The townsfolk grumbled but complied, their own purses fattened by the town's prosperity. Yet their neglect invited a plague unlike any other, not of fever or famine, but of rats. The rats came without warning, a black tide spilling from the fields one spring. They were not mere vermin, but a relentless horde, their eyes glinting like beads of oil, their claws scratching through wood and stone. They swarmed the granaries, devouring sacks of grain. They gnawed through looms, leaving wool in tatters. They skittered into homes, stealing bread from tables and waking babes with their chittering. The streets of Hamelin became a nightmare, the air thick with the stench of fur and filth, the nights haunted by the endless patter of tiny feet. Cats fled, traps failed, and the townsfolk's cries grew desperate. Among them was Theo, a 12-year-old boy with a mop of chestnut hair and eyes that saw more than most, the son of a poor blacksmith. Theo lived in a cramped cottage at the town's edge, where the forge's glow was the only warmth against the damp. He was a wiry lad, quick with a grin, and quicker with his wits, known for leading the town's children in games of chase and mischief. But Theo was more than a prankster. He listened to his grandmother's tales of the old forest spirits of magic woven into the earth, and he believed Hamelin's troubles were no accident. The land remembers, his grandmother would say, her voice crackling like dry leaves. Betray it, and it bites back. Theo felt the rat's invasion like a personal affront. He watched his little sister Lila shrink from the shadows where rats lurked, her laughter silenced by fear. He saw his father's forge grow cold, customers too busy battling vermin to buy nails or horseshoes. Each night, Theo lay awake, the rats scratching a grim lullaby, and vowed to find a way to save Hamelin. He rallied the children, organizing them to set traps or block holes, but their efforts were like bailing a sinking ship with a spoon. The townsfolk marched to the council hall demanding action, but Baldwin offered only platitudes. Patience, he said, his smile thin. We'll hire a rat catcher soon. Yet no catcher came, and the gold stayed locked in the council's vault. One morning, as dawn broke through a heavy fog, Theo stood in the market square, tossing stones into a puddle to distract Layla from the rats scurrying nearby. The square was a ghost of its former self, stalls empty, the air sour with decay. The children huddled close, their games forgotten, when a strange sound cut through the gloom, a single clear note like the call of a distant bird. Theo's head snapped up, his heart quickening. The note grew, weaving into a melody that was both haunting and alive, drawing eyes from every corner of Hamelin. A figure emerged from the fog, stepping into the square with the confidence of someone who belonged nowhere and everywhere. He was tall and lean, his frame draped in a cloak patchwork with vibrant hues, crimson, emerald, sapphire, swirling like a painter's dream. A wide-brimmed hat adorned with a single raven's feather shaded his sharp features, and his black hair fell in waves to his shoulders. His eyes, dark and piercing, seemed to see through stone, and in his hands he held a silver flute. its surface etched with runes that caught the light. The townsfolk stared, some in awe, others in fear, as he stopped at the square's center, unfazed by the rats that darted around his boots. "I am the piper," he said, his voice low but carrying like a wind that stirred the soul. "I can rid Hamelin of its plague, make your streets clean again, but my work has a price." He paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd, lingering on Baldwin, who had pushed through to the front, his councilmen trailing like nervous shadows. "Name your price," Baldwin said, his tone wary but desperate, the townsfolk's murmurs urging him on. The piper's lips curved a smile that held no warmth. 1,000 gold coins, he said. "Pay me when the rats are gone, and I'll ask no more." A gasp rippled through the crowd. 1,000 coins was a fortune enough to rebuild Hamelin twice. Over Baldwin's face reddened his greed, warring with the town's need, but the townsfolk's cries, "Pay him, save us," left him no choice. "Done," he said, extending a hand. "Rid us of the rats and the gold is yours." The piper didn't take the hand. He nodded, once his eyes glinting with something unreadable. Amusement perhaps, or warning. "A bargain struck," he said. "Watch and see." He raised the flute to his lips, and Theo, standing with Lila's hand in his, felt a shiver run through him. The piper's presence was like a storm waiting to break, and Theo sensed that Hamelin had invited more than a rat catcher into its heart. The townsfolk gathered closer, their fear mingling with hope. Theo squeezed Lila's hand, his eyes locked on the piper. The flute's first note rang out clear and sharp, and the air seemed to hum as if the earth itself were listening. The rats froze, their beady eyes turning toward the sound, and Theo's breath caught. Something ancient was stirring, something Hamelin would not soon forget. The piper began to play, and the world changed. The melody was unlike anything Theo had heard now. Soft as a lullaby, now wild as a gale, weaving through the streets like a living thing. It tugged at the heart, stirred the blood, and the rats, as if summoned by a god, began to move. From alleys, from cellars, from rooftops, they poured into the square, a writhing sea of fur and claws, their chittering silenced by the flute's command. The townsfolk gasped, some clutching charms, others praying, but Theo stood transfixed, the music echoing in his bones. The piper turned his cloak swirling and walked toward the river, Vesser the rats following in a trance. Theo, pulling Lila along, joined the crowd trailing behind, unable to resist the pull of the spectacle. The piper led the vermin through Hamelin's gates, across the fields to the river's edge, where the water gleamed like polished steel. The melody sharpened a final piercing note, and the rats plunged into the Vesser, their bodies swept away by the current. In moments the horde was gone, the river carrying Hamelin's plague to oblivion. The townsfolk erupted in cheers, embracing one another, tears streaming down weathered faces. Lila laughed, her fear forgotten, and Theo grinned, but his eyes stayed on the piper who stood alone by the river. His flute lowered. The man's face was unreadable, his gaze distant, as if he saw beyond the town, beyond time itself. Theo felt a chill, a whisper of his grandmother's tales about spirits who demanded justice. As the crowd surged back to the square, Baldwin clapped the piper's shoulder, his smile forced. "Well done," he said. "Come to the hall tomorrow and we'll settle our debt." The piper nodded, but his eyes held Baldwin's for a moment too long, and Theo saw the mayor flinch. That night, Hamlin celebrated ale flowing and fires blazing, but Theo lay awake, the piper's melody echoing in his mind. He thought of the rats, of the flute's power, and of Baldwin's greed. Something told him the story wasn't over, and that Hamlin's true reckoning was yet to come. The morning after the rats vanished, Hamlin awoke to a stillness it hadn't known in months. The air was free of the chittering that had haunted the town, the streets clean of scurrying shadows. Sunlight spilled across the cobblestones, gilding the market square where merchants set up stalls with renewed vigor, their voices bright with relief. Children darted through the alleys, their laughter ringing like bells, and the scent of fresh baked bread replaced the sour tang of vermin. The Weser flowed serenely beyond the town's gates, its waters carrying no trace of the black tide that had drowned the day before. Hamlin felt reborn, and the townsfolk whispered of miracles, their eyes turning to the stranger who had wrought them. Theo stood at the edge of the square, his sister Lila tugging at his sleeve, her brown curls bouncing as she pointed at a juggler tossing apples. The celebration was in full swing. Fiddlers played jaunty tunes, women danced in circles, and men clinked mugs of ale, toasting the town's deliverance. But Theo's gaze was elsewhere, searching for the piper. The man's image lingered in his mind. His patchwork cloak, his silver flute, the way his melody had bent the world to his will. Theo had felt the music in his bones, a call that was both beautiful and unsettling, and he couldn't shake the memory of the piper's cold smile when Mayor Baldwin promised him gold. "Where's the man with the flute?" Lila asked, her voice cutting through. Theo's thoughts. "I want to hear him play again." Theo frowned, ruffling her hair. "He's probably at the council hall," he said, though he wasn't sure. "They owe him a lot of money." His stomach twisted at the thought. Baldwin's greed was no secret. Theo had seen him haggle over a single loaf for the poor, his purse strings tighter than a hangman's knot. Would he honor the bargain? Theo's grandmother had told tales of spirits and fae who punished broken oaths, and the piper with his piercing eyes and unearthly music seemed cut from that same cloth. The council hall loomed at the square's northern end, its oak doors carved with scenes of Hamlin's founding. Theo led Lila closer, weaving through the crowd, his curiosity pulling him like a tide. The townsfolk were too caught up in revelry to notice, but Theo saw the hall's doors swing open and the piper stepped out his cloak, a riot of color against the gray stone. Baldwin and the councilman followed, their faces a mix of forced smiles and unease. Theo tugged Lila behind a barrel, crouching to listen, his heart thudding. "You've done Hamlin a great service," Baldwin said, his voice loud enough for the nearby crowd to hear. "The rats are gone and we're grateful." He paused, his silver beard glinting as he tilted his head. "But 1,000 gold coins. Surely you jest, a few hours of flute playing, however clever, doesn't warrant a king's ransom. Take 50 coins, a generous sum, and be on your way." The crowd murmured, some nodding in agreement, others shifting uncomfortably. Theo's jaw clenched. 50 coins was an insult, a fraction of the promised reward. He glanced at the piper, expecting anger, but the man's face was calm, his eyes locked on Baldwin like a hawk sizing up prey. The silence stretched heavy and sharp until the piper spoke, his voice, low and deliberate, cutting through the square like a blade. A bargain was struck, he said. 1,000 coins for a town free of plague. I kept my end. Baldwin will Hamlin keep hers. Baldwin laughed, a forced brittle sound. Don't lecture me, wanderer. 50 coins is more than fair. Take it, or you'll get nothing. The councilmen nodded, their chins wobbling, and the crowd's murmurs grew louder, swayed by Baldwin's authority. Theo's hands balled into fists. He wanted to shout, to call out the lie, but he was just a boy, his voice too small against the council's weight. The piper's lips curved not into a smile, but something colder, something that made Theo's skin prickle. Hamlin will pay. He said, his words soft but heavy with promise. Not in gold, perhaps, but in kind. Remember this moment, Mayor. He turned his cloak, swirling like a storm, and strode out of the square, the crowd parting before him. The fog at the town's edge seemed to thicken as he vanished into it, his flute tucked into his belt, glinting like a warning. The celebration resumed, but the air felt different, now tainted by an unease no one could name. Baldwin clapped his hands, calling for more ale, and the townsfolk obliged, eager to drown their doubts. Theo stood Layla clinging to his side, her eyes wide. He sounded angry, she whispered. What did he mean? Theo, I don't know, Theo admitted, but his mind raced. His grandmother's stories echoed tales of spirits who demanded justice, who took what was owed in ways mortals couldn't predict. The piper hadn't begged or threatened. He'd simply left, and that calm terrified Theo more than any outburst. He looked at the council hall where Baldwin and his men retreated, their laughter forced, and felt a chill. Hamlin had cheated a man who commanded rats with a song. What else could he command? That night, the cottage was quiet, the forge cold. Theo's father, exhausted from days of fruitless work, slept by the hearth, while his mother mended Lila's dress, her needle flashing in the candlelight. Theo sat by the window staring at the moonlit street, the piper's melody looping in his mind. Lila curled up beside him, her voice sleepy. Will the rats come back? She asked. No, Theo said, forcing a smile. The piper took them away, but he wasn't sure what else the piper might take. He thought of the council's gold hoarded while Hamlin suffered and anger stirred in his chest. If he were older, stronger, he'd demand they pay. The piper make things right, but he was just Theo, a blacksmith's boy. His only weapons, his wits, and a stubborn streak. The next few days passed in a fragile peace. Hamlin rebuilt merchants, restocked their stalls, and children played without fear. But Theo noticed things others missed. The birds had stopped singing, their nests empty. The Vesser's current seemed sluggish, as if holding its breath. And at night he dreamed of a flute's call pulling him toward a mountain he'd never seen. He kept these thoughts to himself, not wanting to scare Lila, but he watched the town's edges, half expecting the piper's return. On the fourth morning, a fog rolled in thicker than any Hamlin had known, blanketing the streets in a gray so dense it muffled sound. Theo woke early, a strange hum in his ears, and found Lila's bed empty. Panic seized him. He ran downstairs calling her name, but the cottage was silent, his parents still asleep. He burst outside the fog, cold against his skin, and saw the unthinkable children, dozens of them walking through the streets. Their eyes glazed, their steps synchronized. Lila was among them, her nightdress trailing her face serene as if dreaming. The hum grew louder, and Theo's blood ran cold. It was the piper's flute, softer now, sweeter like a lullaby spun from starlight. He stood at the square's edge, his cloak a blaze of color in the fog, playing a melody that wrapped around the children like invisible threads. Theo shouted, running toward Lila, but his legs felt heavy, the music tugging at his own mind. He shook his head, focusing on his sister's face, and grabbed her hand, pulling her back. "Lila, wake up," he cried, but she didn't respond. Her feet still moving, the piper's eyes met Theo's, a flicker of surprise in their depths, but he didn't stop playing. He turned, leading the children out of the square toward the fields beyond Hamelin's gates. Theo clung to Lila, his voice hoarse, but the melody was too strong, and his grip slipped. Lila walked on, joining the others, and Theo stumbled, his vision blurring. He fell to his knees, the fog closing around him, the piper's song fading into silence. When he woke, the fog was gone, and so were the children. Hamelin's streets echoed with the wails of parents, their cries rising like a storm. Theo staggered to his feet, alone in the square, the only child left behind. His heart broke for Lila, for his friends, but a fire kindled in his chest. The piper had taken what Hamelin valued most, but Theo wouldn't let it end here. He'd find them no matter what it took, and make Hamelin face the cost of its greed. The fog had lifted, leaving Hamelin raw and broken under a cold gray dawn. The market square, once alive with laughter and trade, was now a stage for grief. Mothers clutched empty shawls, their wails echoing off the cobblestones. Fathers pounded fists against the council hall's doors, demanding answers, and the air hung heavy with a sorrow so thick it seemed to choke the sun. The children of Hamelin, everyone save Theo, were gone, spirited away by the piper's haunting melody. Lila, Theo's little sister, with her brown curls and fearless giggle, was among them, her absence a wound in his chest that bled with every breath. Theo stood at the edge of the square, his 12-year-old frame trembling, his chestnut hair damp with the morning's dew. He was the only child left spared because he'd fought the piper's song, his stubborn will and desperate grasp on Lila, slowing him just enough to collapse before the mountain's maw swallowed the others. His hand still stung from where her fingers had slipped from his, her dreamy eyes unseeing as she followed the piper into the unknown. The memory burned, fueling a resolve that hardened his young heart. Hamelin had betrayed the piper, and now it paid a price too steep its future, its joy, its children. Theo wouldn't let it end here. He'd find Lila, his friends, and bring them home, even if it meant facing the piper himself. The townsfolk's cries drew a crowd to the fields beyond Hamelin's gates, where the Weser glittered coldly, and a low hill rose its rocky face unyielding. This was where the piper had led the children, where a crack in the stone had opened like a hungry mouth, only to seal shut behind them. Men clawed at the hill with shovels and bare hands, their efforts futile against the solid rock. Women knelt praying to saints and spirits, while Baldwin the mayor stood pale and shaken, his silver beard trembling as he faced the mob. "We'll find them," he shouted, his voice cracking. "The piper can't hide forever." But the townsfolk turned on him, their grief igniting rage. "You cheated him." A baker roared, his flour-dusted fists raised. "You promised gold and gave him nothing." Others joined in their voices, a storm of blame. Baldwin shrank back, his councilman muttering excuses. But the truth was, Bear Hamelin's greed had summoned this calamity. Theo watched his own anger simmering, but he knew shouting wouldn't bring Lila back. The piper wasn't a man to be hunted by picks and torches. He was something else, something ancient, and Theo felt it in the echo of that flute still lingering in his ears. As the crowd dispersed, some to search the riverbanks, others to weep in their homes, Theo slipped away. He returned to the cottage where his parents sat in stunned silence. His mother's eyes red, his father's hands idle without the forge's rhythm. Theo, his mother whispered, pulling him close. "You're safe, thank God." But Theo pulled back his jaw. "Set. I'm going to find them," he said, his voice low but fierce. "Lila, the others, I'll bring them back." His father's face hardened. "You're a boy, Theo. The piper's gone and that mountain's just stone. Don't throw your life away." But Theo shook his head, thinking of his grandmother's tales. Stories of forest spirits, of bargains sealed in blood and song. The piper wasn't human, not entirely, and the hill wasn't just a hill. He kissed his mother's cheek, grabbed a small sack and stuffed it with a crust of bread, a flint, and his father's old knife, its blade nicked but sharp. He waited until night, when Hamelin's cries softened to whimpers and crept out the moon, his only guide. Theo headed for the hill, its silhouette stark against the starry sky. The Weser murmured nearby, its waters carrying secrets he couldn't read. He knelt at the spot where the crack had appeared, running his hands over the stone, smooth and cold as glass open. He whispered, half praying, but the hill stayed silent. Frustration clawed at him, but he remembered the piper's eyes sharp, knowing, not cruel, but unyielding. There had to be a way, a key to the piper's world. He followed the Weser upstream, his grandmother's stories guiding him. She'd spoken of a forest beyond Hamelin, older than the town, where the trees whispered and the air held magic. If the piper was a spirit, as Theo suspected, that forest might hold answers. The night was long, the path treacherous with roots and shadows. But Theo pressed on his fear, tempered by the image of Lila's empty bed. By dawn, he reached the forest's edge, its pines towering like sentinels, their needles carpeting the ground. The air was thick, alive with a hum that reminded him of the piper's flute, and Theo's pulse quickened. Deep in the forest, he found a clearing where a small hut stood, its walls woven from vines and moss. Smoke curled from a chimney of stacked stones, and an old woman sat outside, her silver hair braided with feathers, her eyes sharp despite her wrinkled face. She was Agnes, a keeper of tales known to Theo from his grandmother's stories as one who spoke with the forest's spirits. "You're the boy from Hamelin," she said, her voice like dry leaves before Theo could speak. "Come for the children, have you?" Theo nodded, his throat tight. The piper took them. "My sister, my friends. I need to find him, make him bring them back." Agnes studied him, her gaze piercing. "The piper is no mere man," she said. "He's a guardian of oaths, born from the forest's heart to punish those who break their word. Hamelin swore gold and gave lies, so he took what the town loves most." She rose, beckoning Theo inside the hut, where herbs hung from the rafters and a fire glowed without wood. "The children are safe in a way. They're in the land beneath the hill, a place outside time where the piper rules. But to reach them, you must prove what Hamelin lacks: truth." Theo's hands clenched. How I don't have gold and I'm no match for his music. Agnes smiled, a glint in her eye. The piper respects a true heart. Go to the hill. Speak your purpose and offer what you have, your honesty, your will. But beware, his flute can bend even the strongest mind. She handed him a necklace of woven vines, its strands pulsing faintly. This will shield you from his song, but only if your heart is steadfast. Find the crack, and it will open for one who seeks without deceit. Theo took the necklace, its weight grounding him. Thank you, he said, his voice firm. I won't let Lila down. Agnes nodded. Go, boy. The forest watches, and so does the piper. Theo left the hut, the necklace warm against his chest, and retraced his steps to the hill. The forest seemed to guide him, its paths clearer now, and by dusk he stood before the stone again. He pressed his hands to the rock, the vines around his neck glowing softly. I'm Theo, he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his gut. I come for my sister, for the children. I have no gold, but I'll give anything, my strength, my life, to bring them home. Let me in. The hill trembled, a low rumble shaking the ground. The stone split, revealing a crack that shimmered with golden light like a doorway to another world. Theo's heart leapt, but fear followed beyond. That light lay the piper and a power he barely understood. He touched the necklace, thought of Lila's laugh, and stepped through the world, dissolving into warmth and song. He emerged in a land that defied sense, meadows of glowing grass trees with leaves of crystal, and a sky that swirled with colors no painter could name. The children were there, laughing as they chased fireflies that danced like stars. Lila sat under a tree, braiding flowers, her face serene. Theo called her name, but she didn't hear her eyes, distant, caught in the piper's spell. The piper stood on a hill, his cloak a cascade of color, his flute silent but ever present. He turned his eyes, locking onto Theo's, a flicker of respect in their depths. You are bold, boy, he said, his voice a melody of its own. Why do you come when Hamelin betrayed me? Theo stood tall, the necklace pulsing. For my sister, he said, for my friends. Hamelin was wrong, but the children don't deserve this. I'm here to make it right. The piper's gaze softened, but his voice remained firm. Hamelin must learn, but your truth moves me. Speak and I will listen. Theo's heart pounded, but he knew this was his chance. Not just for Lila, but for all of Hamelin. The piper's world was beautiful, but it wasn't home, and Theo would fight to bring the children back to where they belonged. The land beneath the hill shimmered around Theo, a realm where time seemed to pause, and the air thrummed with an otherworldly pulse. Meadows of luminescent grass stretched endlessly, dotted with flowers that glowed like embers, and trees of crystal cast prisms of light across the ground. The sky above swirled with hues of violet and gold, a living tapestry that made Theo's breath catch. The children of Hamelin played in this strange paradise, their laughter bright but distant, as if caught in a dream. Lila, his little sister, sat under a crystalline tree, weaving a crown of glowing blossoms, her brown curls catching the light. Theo's heart ached to see her so close, yet so far, her eyes unfocused, lost in the piper's enchantment. He stood before the piper, whose patchwork cloak rippled as if stirred by an unseen wind. The man's silver flute hung at his belt, its runes glinting with latent power, and his dark eyes held Theo's with an intensity that made the boy feel small, yet seen. The necklace of woven vines, a gift from Agnes, pulsed warmly against Theo's chest, shielding him from the lingering echo of the piper's song. He was 12, a blacksmith's son, with no gold or strength to bargain, but his resolve burned brighter than the strange sky above. He'd come for Lila for his friends, and he wouldn't leave without them. "You speak of truth," the piper said, his voice smooth as a river, yet sharp with challenge. But Hamelin's truth was a lie. They promised gold, swore an oath, and broke it without shame. Why should I trust your words, boy, when your town's heart is rotten? Theo swallowed, his hands clenched to hide their trembling. Hamelin was wrong, he said, his voice steady, despite the weight of the piper's gaze. Baldwin and the council, they're greedy blind. But the children didn't cheat you, Lila. My sister, she's 6, and all she knows is chasing butterflies and stealing my bread. My friends, Tom, Eliza, Little Will, they're not the ones who broke your bargain. Punish the council. Punish me if you must, but let them go. The piper tilted his head, his raven feather hat casting a shadow across his face. You offer no gold, no riches. What do you bring, Theo of Hamelin, to balance the scales? Theo's mind raced. He had only his knife, his flint, a crust of bread, nothing to match 1,000 coins. But Agnes's words echoed. The piper respects a true heart. He touched the necklace, drawing courage from its warmth. I bring my word, he said. I promise to make Hamelin see its mistake. I'll tell them what they've done, make them face the cost, and if they won't listen, I'll give you my own life. Stay here in their place. It's all I have. The children's laughter faded the air, growing still, as if the land beneath the hill held its breath. The piper's eyes narrowed, searching Theo's face, and for a moment Theo feared he'd failed. But then the piper's lips curved, not into the cold smile he'd given Baldwin, but something softer tinged with respect. A life for a life. He mused, a rare offer and rarer still from one so young. Your heart is true, Theo, but a single spark cannot redeem a town of ash. Theo's stomach sank, but he pressed on. Then tell me what to do, he said, stepping closer, his voice rising. You took the children to teach Hamelin a lesson, but lessons can be learned. Let me try. Let me bring them back and show the town what truth means, please. The piper studied him silent for so long that Theo's hope began to fray. Then he raised a hand, and the glowing meadow shifted, the crystal trees parting to reveal a stone archway carved with vines and stars. Beyond it, Theo glimpsed Hamelin's fields, the Weser glinting under a familiar sky. I will test your town one last time, the piper said. I will return the children, but Hamelin must pay a price, not in gold, but in what it holds dear. If they accept, the bargain is fulfilled. If they refuse, the children remain here forever. Theo's heart leaped, but dread followed. What price? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. The piper's gaze was unyielding. Their wealth, the gold they hoard, the treasure they value above honor, it will vanish, scattered to the winds. Let Hamelin prove it can live without greed. Theo nodded, though the thought of Baldwin agreeing to such a loss seemed impossible. The mayor's heart was chained to his coffers, and the council followed his lead. But Theo had no choice. He'd fight for the children, even if it meant facing Hamelin's wrath. I'll make them understand, he said. I swear it. The piper raised his flute, not to play, but to point at the archway. Go, then he said, take the children, I will follow at dawn. Speak your truth, Theo, but know this, my patience is spent. Fail, and the land beneath the hill will keep its new voices. Theo turned to Lila, who still sat under the tree, her flower crown half finished. He ran to her, kneeling at her side. Lila, he whispered, shaking her gently. Her eyes fluttered, the dreaminess fading, and she blinked up at him, confused but awake. Theo, she said, her voice small. He hugged her tightly, tears stinging his eyes, then called to the others. Tom, Eliza, Will, all the children of Hamelin, one by one. They stirred the piper's spell, lifting their laughter, replaced by bewildered murmurs. Theo led them toward the archway, his hand in Lila's, the necklace glowing faintly as they passed through. The world shifted, light flaring, and they stumbled into the fields outside Hamelin, the hill's stone face solid behind them. The children blinked in the dawn's pale light, the visor's murmur a familiar comfort. Theo looked back, half expecting the piper to follow, but the hill was silent, its secrets sealed. Hamelin erupted when the children appeared. Parents ran from their homes, sobbing as they embraced their sons and daughters. Lila clung to their mother, who wept into her curls, while their father lifted Theo in a bear hug, his voice rough with relief. The square filled with townsfolk, their joy a tide that swept away the morning's chill. But Theo's eyes were on the council hall where Baldwin emerged, his face a mask of shock and calculation. The mayor clapped, calling for a feast, but Theo saw the flicker in his eyes. Fear not of the piper, but of what this miracle might cost. As the crowd surged, Theo slipped away, climbing onto a market stall to be heard. Listen, he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The townsfolk turned surprised to see the blacksmith's boy command their attention. The piper gave us back our children, but he's coming at dawn. He wants the gold, your gold, the council's gold, to prove we've learned. If we don't, he'll take them again and we won't get them back. Murmurs rippled, some angry, others afraid. Baldwin pushed forward, his beard bristling. Nonsense, he snapped. The children are here. The piper's gone. We owe him nothing. Theo's heart sank, but he stood firm, the necklace warm against his skin. You broke your promise, once he said, his voice ringing. That's why this happened. Don't make the same mistake. The piper isn't human. He's something older, and he'll keep his word, will you? The crowd wavered, parents clutching their children tighter, their eyes darting to the hill. Theo saw doubt in their faces, but also hope, a chance to right Hamelin's wrong. He prayed it would be enough, for dawn was near, and the piper's shadow loomed closer. With every passing moment, dawn broke over Hamelin, painting the sky in streaks of rose and gold. But the air held a tension that stifled the morning's warmth. The market square, still buzzing from the return of the children, was now a battleground of whispers and wary glances. Theo stood atop the market stall, his 12-year-old frame small but unyielding, his chestnut hair catching the first light. Lila clung to their mother's side, her flower crown from the land beneath the hill, wilting in her hands, a fragile reminder of the piper's realm. The townsfolk crowded around, their faces a mix of relief and dread. Their children held close as Theo's words echoed in their minds. The piper would come at dawn, demanding Hamelin's gold to prove its honor, or the children would be lost forever. Theo's heart pounded, the necklace of woven vines pulsing against his chest. He'd faced the piper, walked through a world of crystal trees and glowing meadows, and brought the children back. But this final test, convincing Hamelin to surrender its wealth, was the hardest yet. Mayor Baldwin stood at the council hall's steps, his silver beard glinting, his eyes narrow with defiance. The councilmen flanked him, their velvet robes absurdly grand against the town's raw grief. The townsfolk wavered, torn between their love for their children and the gold that defined Hamelin's pride. Baldwin raised his hands, his voice booming over the square. People of Hamelin rejoice, our children are safe, our town whole. This boy speaks of a wandering flute player, a trickster who's already gone. Why fear him? We owe him nothing. Our gold is ours, earned by our labor, not his tunes. The councilmen nodded, and some townsfolk cheered their greed, rekindled by Baldwin's words. Theo's stomach twisted. He saw the flicker of doubt in the crowd's eyes fade, replaced by the familiar glint of avarice. "You're wrong," he shouted, his voice cracking but fierce. "The piper isn't gone. He's coming, and he's not a trickster. He's something older, something that keeps its word. You promised him 1,000 coins, and you gave him lies. That's why he took the children, and if you don't pay, now he'll take them again for good." A hush fell, parents tightening their grips on their sons and daughters. Theo's mother stepped forward, her face pale but resolute. "Theo's right," she said, her voice trembling yet clear. "I lost my Lila once, I won't lose her again. What's gold compared to our children?" A baker joined her, then a weaver, their voices rising in agreement. The crowd shifted a tide, turning against Baldwin's bluster. But Baldwin's face reddened, his fists clenched. "You'd beggar Hamelin for a boy's tale," he spat. "The council's gold rebuilds our roads, our walls. Without it we're nothing. I say we stand firm. No piper, no payment." The square erupted in shouts, some for Baldwin, others for Theo. Theo's hope frayed, but he refused to yield. He thought of the piper's eyes, sharp and unyielding, and the land beneath the hill where time stood still. He opened his mouth to speak again, but a sound stopped him. A single clear note piercing the dawn like a blade. The crowd froze, their voices dying as the note grew into a melody, soft and haunting, weaving through the air like mist. The piper emerged from the fields, his patchwork cloak a blaze of crimson, emerald, and sapphire. His raven feather hat tilted low. His silver flute gleamed, its runes alive with light, and his steps were slow, deliberate, as if the earth itself parted for him. The townsfolk recoiled, parents shielding their children, but the melody didn't pull at them. This time, it was a summons, a judgment. Theo's necklace glowed, shielding him, but he felt the music's weight, a reminder of the piper's power. The piper stopped at the square's center, lowering his flute. His eyes swept the crowd, lingering on Baldwin, who shrank under their gaze. Hamelin the piper said, his voice a low, resonant hum. "I gave you your children as the boy's truth earned. Now I claim my price, the gold you swore, the wealth you cling to. Surrender it, and our bargain ends. Refuse, and the land beneath the hill will sing with your children's voices forever." Baldwin stammered, his bravado crumbling. We can't," he said, his voice weak. "The gold is Hamelin's lifeblood. Take something else, land grain, anything." The piper's smile was cold, a crescent of warning. "You offer what you do not value," he said. "The bargain was gold, and gold I will have. Choose now, or I play a final song." The crowd gasped, mothers sobbing, fathers shouting. Theo leaped from the stall, running to the piper's side. His heart racing. "Please," he said, his voice raw. "Give them a chance. They're scared, but they can learn. Let me show them." The piper's gaze softened, a flicker of the respect he'd shown in the land beneath the hill. "You've proven your heart, Theo," he said. "But Hamelin's heart is theirs to prove. Speak and let them decide." Theo turned to the crowd, his chest tight. "Look at your children," he cried, pointing to Lila, to Tom, to Eliza. "Their faces pale but alive. They're here because the piper kept his word, because I begged for them. Gold won't bring them back if he takes them again. It's just metal cold. Heavy, nothing compared to their laughter, their lives. Please give it up. Show him. We're better than our mistakes." The townsfolk stared, their silence deafening. Then Theo's mother stepped forward, her eyes fierce. "Take the gold," she said. "All of it. I'd give more for my children." The baker followed, then the weaver, then a dozen others, their voices a chorus of surrender. Even those who'd cheered Baldwin wavered, their hands tightening on their children's shoulders. The tide had turned, and Baldwin, seeing the crowd's resolve, sagged, his defiance spent. "Very well," he muttered, gesturing to the councilman. "Open the vault. Give him the gold." The piper raised a hand, and the air shimmered. A wind rose sharp and sudden, swirling through the square. From the council hall a golden glow erupted, coins and ingots rising like a glittering storm drawn to the piper's will. The townsfolk gasped as their wealth vanished into the wind, scattering into the sky, leaving the vault bare. Baldwin fell to his knees, his face ashen, but the children remained safe in their parents' arms. The piper lowered his hand, the wind dying. "The bargain is fulfilled," he said, his voice softer now, almost sorrowful. "Hamelin has paid, and the land beneath the hill is closed to you." He looked at Theo, a faint smile touching his lips. "You've taught them, boy. Let them not forget." With that, he turned, his cloak flaring, and walked toward the fields. The townsfolk watched silent as he faded into the morning mist, his flute's final note lingering like a memory. Hamelin stood, changed, its coffers empty, but its heart full. The townsfolk embraced their children, their tears mingling with vows to rebuild, not with gold, but with trust. Theo hugged Lila, her small arms tight around him. His parents joined them, their pride unspoken but clear. The council hall, once a symbol of greed, became a meeting place where the townsfolk planned a new Hamelin. They cleaned the sewers, mended the roofs, and shared what little they had, their unity a strength gold could never buy. Years later, Theo grew into a blacksmith, his hammer shaping iron as his words shaped stories. He told of the piper not as a villain, but as a guardian of truth, a spirit who demanded what was owed. The hill by the Weser became a place of pilgrimage where flowers were laid to honor the lesson learned. And sometimes when the wind blew just right, Hamelin's folk swore they heard a flute's faint call, reminding them that promises once made must be kept, or the price would be more than gold could ever pay. Story: The Bogurt of Longarheada. In the wild, windswept heart of Yorkshire, where stone walls crisscrossed fields of swaying barley, and the sky hung heavy with the promise of rain, there stood a modest farm called Longarheada. The farm was a patchwork of sturdy stone buildings, a house with ivy-clad walls, a barn where cows lowed softly, and a granary stuffed with the fruits of hard labor. Its thatched roofs sagged under the weight of time, but the hearth within burned bright, tended by the Thorn family. Amos, a broad-shouldered farmer with hands calloused from plow and pitchfork. Eliza, his wife, whose sharp eyes missed nothing, and whose stews warmed both body and soul. And their 3 children, Meg, 16, serious and steady as the earth. Nell, 8, shy but curious with a habit of whispering to the farm cats. And Finn, 12, a spark of mischief with flame-red hair and green eyes that danced with ideas. Longarheda had been a place of quiet contentment, its days filled with the rhythm of milking, sowing, and harvesting. The Thorns were not rich, but they were proud, their table always set with bread and laughter. Amos would spin tales of his youth. Meg would scold Finn for sneaking extra jam, and Eliza would hum old Yorkshire tunes while Nell braided daisies into her hair. But for months now the farm had been under siege, not by bandits or wolves, but by a bogurt, a mischievous spirit straight out of the old tales, invisible and relentless, turning Longarheda into a battlefield of pranks and chaos. The bogurt's antics began small, easy to dismiss as bad luck. A bucket of milk tipped over in the barn, though no one was near. Amos's hammer went missing only to reappear atop the chimney. Meg's knitting needles tangled into knots no human hands could tie. But as weeks passed, the boggart grew bolder. It hurled mud into Eliza's simmering soup, cackled from the rafters at midnight, and untied the cows, sending them stampeding through the barley. Nell woke screaming when her blanket was yanked off, replaced by a pile of damp leaves. The farm's rhythm faltered. Milk soured crops, withered under neglected care, and the Thorns' tempers frayed. Amos, a man of practical solutions, scattered salt around the house, believing old superstitions about warding off spirits. But the boggart only laughed its giggle sharp as breaking glass. Eliza, who'd grown up on her grandmother's stories, whispered that boggarts were tricksters, not demons, and could be outwitted but never ignored. Finn, unlike his family, wasn't afraid of the boggart, at least not much. He was fascinated, his mind buzzing with the same curiosity that had once led him to dismantle Amos's plow to see how it worked. Finn loved the tales his late grandmother had told, stories of fairies, goblins, and boggarts that haunted Yorkshire's moors. She described boggarts as impish creatures, neither good nor evil, who thrived on chaos and pride. They're like naughty children, she'd said, her eyes twinkling. Love a challenge, hate to lose. Beat one at its own game, Finn, and it'll leave you be. Those words stuck with him, and as the boggart's pranks grew meaner, toppling a shelf of Eliza's precious jars, smashing her favorite blue pitcher, Finn decided it was time to take up the challenge. He started small, watching the boggart's patterns. By night, when the farm was still, Finn lay awake, his candle casting shadows on the wall, listening for the telltale signs: a creak in the floorboards, a snicker from the chimney, the soft thud of a spoon hitting the floor. He noticed the boggart loved the kitchen, drawn to Eliza's cooking, especially her strawberry jam, which vanished from locked jars. It targeted things the Thorns valued: Meg's neat stitches, Amos's tools, Nell's sense of safety. Finn began to see the boggart as a puzzle, a game he could win if he played smarter than the spirit. One stormy evening, as thunder rattled the windows and the boggart sent a stack of firewood crashing across the hearth, Finn sat with Nell, her small frame curled against him. "Why's it so mean?" she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "It's not mean, not really," Finn said, brushing a daisy from her hair. "It's bored like me when there's no work to do. I'm gonna trick it, Nell. Make it leave us alone." Meg, mending a torn apron nearby, snorted, "Trick a bogurt. You'll end up with your hair tied to the barn door." Finn Thorn. Eliza, stirring a pot despite the bogurt's latest attempt to douse the fire, gave Finn a knowing look. "Mind your grandmother's tales, lad. Bogurts are clever, but they're vain. Get it to play your game, and you might just win." Finn grinned, his mind already spinning. He slipped upstairs to the attic where his grandmother's old trunk held treasures. A cracked leather book of Yorkshire folklore, its pages yellowed but alive with stories. He read by candlelight, the storm howling outside, and found a tale of a bogurt tricked into a magic hollow. A circle of ancient stones said to trap spirits. Longar Hedda was near such a place. A ring of moss-covered rocks hidden in the woods whispered to be a gate to the other world. If Finn could lure the bogurt, there challenge it to a contest, it couldn't resist, and trap it in the hollow, Longar Hedda might know peace again. He began to plan his mischief, matched by strategy. He'd need bait, strawberry jam, the bogurt's weakness. He'd need tools, a thin rope to rig distractions, a small mirror to confuse the spirit's senses, and his own quick wit to stay one step ahead. He'd tell Meg and Nell, though Meg would roll her eyes and Nell would cling to him, but their help could tip the scales. Amos and Eliza were too busy keeping the farm afloat, their nerves worn thin by sleepless nights. So Finn would work in secret, a trickster against a trickster. As the storm faded, Finn crept to the kitchen where the bogurt had left a trail of flour across the floor shaped like a grinning face. He smirked, wiping it away. "You're clever," he muttered, "but I'm Finn Thorn and I'm cleverer." He hid a jar of jam under his bed, tied a bell to the pantry door, and sketched a map to the magic hollow, its stones a mile away through tangled woods. The bogurt wanted a game, and Finn would give it one a game where Longar Hedda would win, and the laughter would belong to the Thorns once more. The night settled over Longar Hedda like a heavy quilt, the Yorkshire wind rattling the shutters of the Thorn family's stone farmhouse. Inside, the hearth glowed dimly, its warmth no match for the chill that had crept into the family's spirits. The bogurt's pranks had escalated, turning the once cozy farm into a place of frayed nerves and sleepless eyes. Pots clattered in the kitchen without cause. Blankets vanished only to reappear draped over the barn's rafters, and the cows, spooked by unseen pinches, gave half their usual milk. Amos cursed the spirit with every misplaced tool Eliza's patience wore. Thin as her bread refused to rise, and Meg snapped at anyone who crossed her path. Nell clung to her rag doll, jumping at every creak, while Finn, the 12-year-old firebrand with red hair and a trickster's grin, saw the bogurt not as a curse, but as a challenge. Finn had spent days studying the bogurt, his green eyes sharp with the same cunning that had once outwitted the village baker into giving him an extra bun. He'd crept through Longar Hedda at midnight, noting the spirit's habits, its love for Eliza's strawberry jam, its knack for targeting the family's prized possessions, its cackling delight in chaos. He'd tried simple traps, a ring of salt around the butter churn, a bell tied to the pantry door. But the bogurt was clever, scattering the salt into rude shapes and tying the bell to Nell's braid. while she slept, its laughter echoing like a gust of wind. Finn wasn't discouraged. Each failure taught him more about his invisible foe, and his grandmother's old tales fueled his plan. In the attic under a sloping roof thick with cobwebs, Finn had found her leather-bound book of Yorkshire folklore, its pages brittle but brimming with secrets. By candlelight he'd read of bogurts, impish spirits who thrived on mischief and pride, easily goaded into contests they couldn't resist. One story spoke of a magic hollow, a circle of ancient stones near Longarheide, said to be a gateway to the other world. A bogurt lured there, bound by a rune-carved stone, could be trapped forever. Finn's heart raced at the idea. The hollow was real. He'd seen it once. A ring of mossy rocks hidden in the woods a mile from the farm, where the air felt heavy and the shadows danced. If he could challenge the bogurt to a game, lead it to the hollow and seal it with the right trick, Longarheide would be free. He shared his plan with Meg and Nell one evening as the family sat around a supper marred by the boggart's latest prank. A spoon that leapt from Amos's hand into his soup, splashing his beard. Finn waited until their parents were distracted, then leaned across the table, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "I'm going to trick the bogart," he said, his eyes glinting. "Get it to play a game. 3 challenges and lead it to the magic hollow. There's a stone there, carved with runes. If I can get the bogart inside the circle and drop that stone, it'll be trapped for good." Meg, wiping soup from her apron, rolled her eyes. "You're daft, Finn. That thing's been outsmarting Da for months. You think you can beat it with games? It'll turn your boots into porridge." Nell, clutching her doll, looked up, her voice small. "What if it gets mad, Finn? It already scares me." Finn grinned, ruffling Nell's hair. "It's already mad, Nellie, but it's vain. Gran's book says so. It'll take a challenge because it thinks it's cleverer than us, and you'll help both of you. Meg, you're good with knots. Make me a rope trap. Nell, you know where Ma keeps the extra jam. We'll use it as bait." Meg snorted but didn't say no, her fingers already twitching as if tying an imaginary knot. Nell nodded, her fear softening at the thought of helping Finn. "I can get the jam," she whispered, "but don't let it take my doll." "Promise," Finn said, his grin widening. He felt a surge of hope, the kind that had carried him through 100 pranks. The bogart was a trickster, but so was he, and Finn Thorne never backed down from a game. He spent the next day preparing, his hands busy while his mind raced. From the barn, he took a thin, strong rope perfect for rigging distractions. From Eliza's sewing box, he borrowed a small, cracked mirror, its surface just bright enough to flash light and confuse an unseen spirit. He hid a jar of strawberry jam under a loose floorboard in his room. Its sweet scent a lure the bogart couldn't resist. By dusk, he'd sketched a path to the magic hollow on a scrap of paper, memorizing the twists through the woods, past the old oak, over the brook, to the clearing where the stones stood. The hollow was a place of whispers where villagers left offerings to keep spirits at bay. And Finn felt a shiver at the thought of facing the bogart there. But for Longarheide, for his family, he'd risk it. That night, as the farm settled into an uneasy quiet, Finn gathered his tools in the kitchen. Amos and Eliza were upstairs, exhausted from a day of wrestling with the boggart's chaos. A churned butter tub, a gate left open to let the pigs roam. Meg slipped Finn a rope she'd knotted into a snare, her face grudgingly impressed. "Don't get yourself spirited away," she muttered. Nell handed him a small jar of jam, her eyes wide but brave. "For luck," she said, and Finn hugged her, promising to keep her doll safe. He sat by the hearth, the fire low, and waited. The bogurt was most active after midnight, when the house creaked and the world felt thin. Finn's heart thudded, but his grin was steady. He thought of his grandmother's tales of tricksters who outwitted giants and fae. The bogart was no giant, just a pest with a taste for trouble, and Finn was ready to give it more trouble than it could handle. Around 1 in the morning, the air shifted, a cold prickle running down Finn's neck. A spoon clattered in the pantry, followed by a snicker. Sharp and gleeful, Finn stood his rope in one hand, the jam jar in the other. "Hey, bogart," he called, his voice bold, despite the flutter in his chest. "You think you're the cleverest thing in Longar Hedda? I'm Finn Thorn, and I say I'm cleverer. Want to prove me wrong? 3 games you against me. Win and you can stay. Lose and you leave this farm forever." The kitchen went still, the fire dimming as if holding its breath. Then a voice answered, high and cutting like a blade through silk. "A boy challenges me. Oh, I like games, little Finn. Name your terms, but if I win, your nights will never be quiet." Finn's grin widened, his fear buried under a trickster's bravado. "Deal," he said. "First game, hide and seek. I hide something, you find it. Let's see how clever you really are." The boggart's laugh rang out, and the game began. The fate of Longar Hedda hanging on a boy's wit and a spirit's pride. The kitchen of Longar Hedda was a battlefield of shadows, the hearth's embers casting a faint glow that danced across the stone walls. Finn Thorn stood in the center, his red hair catching the light like a spark, his green eyes narrowed with a trickster's focus. The air was thick with the sweet scent of strawberry jam. The open jar on the table, a deliberate lure for the bogart that had plagued the Thorn family for months. Finn's heart thudded, but his grin held steady, a challenge to the invisible spirit whose cackle had just accepted his dare. 3 games to prove who was cleverer, with Longar Hedda's peace at stake. The rope in his hand was taut, the small mirror tucked in his belt glinted, and the plan to lead the bogart to the magic hollow burned in his mind. The game had begun, and Finn, the 12-year-old mischief maker, was ready to outwit a creature older than the Yorkshire hills. The bogart's voice, sharp and gleeful, cut through the silence. "Hide and seek, boy. I'll find your trinket before you blink." A gust of cold air swirled, rattling the pots, and Finn felt the spirit's presence, a prickle on his neck like a spider's step. He'd chosen the first game carefully, a wooden spoon small enough to conceal hidden in the kitchen's clutter. Finn had slipped it behind a stack of flour sacks. But the real trick was the mirror. He angled it under the table, catching the hearth's glow to flash a distracting beam across the pantry door, hoping to throw the bogart off. The kitchen erupted in chaos. Spoons clattered, a chair tipped, and the bogart's laughter echoed high and mocking. "Too easy, Finn Thorn." It crowed, but Finn held his breath, watching the shadows. A sack shifted, then another. But the mirror's light flickered, and the boggart's giggle faltered, drawn to the pantry. "What's this?" it muttered, and a jar of pickles crashed, the spirit chasing the wrong trail. Finn's grin widened. The bogart was clever, but it was impatient, easily fooled by a glint. When the spirit finally gave up, snarling, "Where's your blasted spoon?" Finn stepped forward, pulling it from the sacks with a flourish. "One for me," he said, his voice steady despite the sweat on his brow. The bogurt hissed, and a plate flew from the shelf, shattering at Finn's feet, making him jump. Eliza's voice called from upstairs. "Finn, what's that racket?" And Finn winced, knowing he'd catch an earful later. The bogurt, stung by its loss, chose the second game, a race to the barn speeds. "My sport boy," it jeered, "first to touch the barn door wins." Finn nodded, his mind racing. He knew the bogurt cheated. Meg had seen it move tools across the yard without touching them. But Finn had a trick up his sleeve. Salt, the boggart's bane, which he'd swiped from Eliza's pantry. As they lined up at the kitchen door, the night air cold against his skin, Finn sprinkled a thin line of salt across the path to the barn hidden in the grass. "Go!" he shouted and bolted, his boots pounding. The bogart surged ahead, a blur of unseen energy, but when it hit the salt, it yelped, its laughter turning to a sputter. Finn felt a gust of wind falter. The spirit slowed by the barrier, and he reached the barn first, slapping the door with a triumphant whoop. "Two for me," he called, dodging a clod of dirt the boggart hurled in revenge. The cows inside bellowed, startled, and one kicked a bucket, nearly clipping Finn's head. He ducked, his heart racing, but the thrill of victory burned bright. The boggart's growl was low, dangerous. "One more boy," it said, "and I'll make you regret this." Finn's grin didn't waver, but his stomach knotted. The third game was his chance to lead the boggart to the magic hollow. But it was also the riskiest. He'd chosen capture the kitchen. Whoever held the kitchen longest won. The trick was to lure the boggart out. Make it think Finn was racing back to the house while guiding it through the woods to the stone circle. "Last game," Finn said, wiping dirt from his cheek. "Let's take it outside first to claim the kitchen wins." "Ready." The boggart's laugh was sharp, eager. "I'll have you running in circles." Finn bolted out the door, the jam jar in his pocket, the rope slung over his shoulder. He ran toward the woods, not the house, shouting, "Catch me if you can," to keep the boggart chasing. The spirit followed its presence, a cold wind at his back, flinging twigs and stones to trip him. Finn's legs burned the path to the magic hollow, twisting through gnarled oaks and over a gurgling brook. He glanced back, seeing nothing but feeling the boggart's glee, its voice taunting. "You can't outrun me, boy." Finn's plan hinged on the hollow, a ring of ancient stones, their runes said to bind spirits. He'd found a loose stone in his scouting, carved with a spiral, and tied his rope to it, ready to pull it down and seal the trap. But the boggart was fast, its pranks turning vicious. A root seemed to rise, snagging Finn's ankle, and he stumbled, the jam jar slipping from his pocket. It smashed, the sweet scent filling the air, and the boggart crowed, mind distracted just long enough for Finn to scramble up. He reached the hollow, its stones glowing faintly under the stars, their mossy surfaces humming with old magic. Finn darted into the circle, the boggart hot on his heels, its laughter wild. "You've lost, Finn Thorn," it shrieked, thinking it had cornered him. Finn gripped the rope, his heart pounding, and yanked with all his strength. The rune-carved stone teetered, then fell, landing with a thud that shook the ground. Light erupted, a silvery vortex swirling within the circle, and the boggart screamed its voice, twisting from glee to panic. "No, you tricked me," it wailed as the vortex pulled it in its presence, fading like smoke. Finn fell to his knees, gasping the hollow dark again. The stones silent. The rope lay limp, the rune stone glowing faintly, a seal on the boggart's prison. He waited, ears straining, but no cackle answered. The boggart was gone, trapped in the other world, and Longar Hedda was free. Finn staggered to his feet, the night air cool against his sweat-soaked skin, and began the trek back to the farm, his body aching, but his spirit soaring. He'd done it a boy against a spirit wit against mischief, and Finn Thorn had won. The woods around Longar Head were silent, the night heavy with the stillness that follows a storm. Finn Thorn stood panting in the magic hollow, his red hair plastered with sweat, his green eyes wide with the thrill of what he'd just done. The circle of ancient stones loomed around him, their mossy surfaces glinting faintly under the starlight. The rune-carved stone he'd pulled now resting at the center, its spiral glowing like a fading ember. The boggart's final scream still echoed in his ears, its mocking laughter snuffed out as the silvery vortex of the hollow swallowed it. Trapping the mischievous spirit in the other world, Finn's rope lay coiled in the grass, the shattered jam jar a sticky reminder of the chase, and his chest heaved with relief and exhaustion. He'd outwitted the boggart, but the victory felt fragile, the air still humming with the hollow's ancient magic. Finn's legs wobbled as he stepped out of the stone circle, his 12-year-old frame aching from the run through the woods. The path back to Longar Hedda stretched dark and twisting the oaks, casting shadows that seemed to shift with every gust. He clutched the small mirror in his belt, its cracked surface a talisman of his cunning, and listened for any sign of the boggart's return. The hollow was said to hold spirits forever, but Finn's grandmother's tales had warned of tricksters who bent even the oldest magic. What if the boggart was stronger than the stones? What if it was waiting, biding its time? Finn shook off the thought, his jaw tightening. He'd beaten it fair and square. 3 games, 3 wins, and Longar Hedda deserved its peace. The farm came into view as dawn's first light brushed the horizon, the stone house and barn standing sturdy against the Yorkshire hills. Finn's heart lifted at the sight, but his steps faltered when he noticed the kitchen window. Aglow voices spilling out Amos's gruff tones, Eliza's sharp worry, Meg's clipped retorts. The boggart's chaos during their games had woken the family, and Finn braced for a scolding. He slipped through the door, his boots leaving muddy prints, and found the thorns gathered around the hearth. The kitchen was a mess. Broken plates from the first game flour scattered from the boggart's tantrum, and a bucket of water overturned. Likely the spirit's parting shot Finn Thorn. Eliza snapped her hands on her hips, her dark hair escaping its bun. "What in blazes have you been up to? Smashing my plates, waking the cows, have you lost your mind?" Amos, his broad face creased with fatigue, pointed to the mess. "If this is one of your pranks, lad, you'll be scrubbing this floor till harvest." Meg, arms crossed, smirked despite her frown. "Told you he'd get us in trouble, Ma. Probably chasing that boggart again." Nell, curled in a chair with her rag doll, looked up, her eyes wide. "Did you beat it, Finn? Is it gone?" Finn raised his hands, his grin sheepish but proud. It's gone, he said, his voice steady despite the family's glares. I challenged the bogurt to 3 games, hide and seek, a race, and a fight for the kitchen. I won all 3, tricked it into the magic hollow, and sealed it with the rune stone. Longar Hedda's ours again. The room went quiet. The crackle of the hearth, the only sound. Amos's scowl softened. Eliza's eyes narrowed with suspicion, and Meg's smirk faded into surprise. Nell slid from her chair, hugging Finn's waist. "You're brave," she whispered, and Finn ruffled her hair, his throat tight. Eliza stepped closer, studying Finn's muddy clothes, the rope still slung over his shoulder. "The magic hollow," she said, her voice softer now, tinged with the old tales she'd heard as a girl. "That's no place for a boy to meddle, Finn. How do you know it's truly gone?" Finn pulled the mirror from his belt, its surface flecked with dirt. "I used this to fool it in the first game," he said, and salt for the second slowed it down. "The hollow, it lit up, Ma, like the stories. The bogurt screamed when the stone fell. I waited, listened. Nothing came back." Amos rubbed his beard, glancing at the pantry where the bogurt had once hidden his hammer. "Sounds like your grand's nonsense," he muttered, but his tone held a grudging respect. "If it's true, lad, you've done what I couldn't." Meg snorted, but her eyes were curious. "You're saying you outsmarted a spirit? Prove it, Finn. What's to stop it coming back?" Finn met her gaze, his grin returning. "It's trapped, Meg. The hollow's magic is older than the bogurt. But if it comes back, I'll trick it again. I'm Finn Thorne. Remember?" Eliza sighed, pulling Finn into a hug, her scolding forgotten. "You're your grand's boy, all right, reckless but clever. Let's hope you're right, or I'll have you mopping this mess for a year." The family set to cleaning, the tension easing as they worked. Finn scrubbed the floor, Nell humming beside him while Meg quietly fixed a broken chair, her skepticism softening. Amos checked the barn, finding the cows calm, their milk pails full for the first time in weeks. The farm felt lighter, the boggart's oppressive mischief gone, replaced by the familiar creaks of Longar Hedda's old bones. Finn's story spread, whispered to the neighbors who'd long suffered their own boggart tales, and soon Longar Hedda became a place of quiet pride, a farm where a boy had bested a spirit. By week's end, the barley stood taller, the cows grazed contentedly, and Eliza's bread rose high, its crust golden. Finn, though grounded for his midnight adventure, took to sketching the magic hollow in his grandmother's book, adding his own tale to its pages. He told Nell and the village children the story, his voice bright with mischief, but he left out the fear the moment when the boggart's wind had nearly tripped him, the doubt that the hollow might fail. Some truths were better kept quiet, like the runestone's faint glow in his memory. A warning that magic once stirred, never fully slept. Longar Hedda thrived its hearth warm again, and Finn grew his red hair a beacon in the fields. He became a farmer like Amos, but his trickster's heart never faded, and he taught the village children to face their fears with wit. Not salt, the magic hollow remained a circle of stones where folk left offerings. Flowers, coins, a jar of jam to honor the boy who'd tamed a boggart. And on still nights when the wind carried a faint mischievous laugh, Finn would grin, knowing the hollow held tight, and Longar Hedda was his to keep. The morning sun rose over Longar Hedda, bathing the Yorkshire farm in a golden haze that softened the stone walls and gilded the barley fields. The Thorne family's house stood proud, its ivy-clad facade no longer a backdrop for the boggart's chaos, but a symbol of resilience. The barn hummed with the lowing of cows, the granary brimmed with grain, and the kitchen, once a battleground of spilled flour and shattered plates, now smelled of Eliza's baking bread, its crust crisp and warm. Finn Thorne, the 12-year-old trickster with red hair and a grin as bright as his mischief, had done the impossible. He'd outwitted the boggart, luring it to the magic hollow and sealing it in the other world with a rune-carved stone. The farm was free, and the Thorns' laughter so long stifled rang out again. Finn sat at the kitchen table, scrubbing a stubborn jam stain from the floor part of his punishment for the night's antics, though Eliza's scolding had been softened by pride. His green eyes sparkled as Nell, clutching her rag doll, recounted his tale to the farm cats, her small voice weaving a hero's saga. Meg mending a torn curtain shot. Finn, a look that was half exasperation, half admiration. "You're lucky you didn't get spirited away," she said, her needle flashing. "Next time you play games with a boggart, leave me out of it." Finn grinned, flicking a crumb at her. "You tied the rope, Meg. You're part of the legend now." Amos, polishing his boots by the hearth, chuckled, a rare sound that warmed the room. "Legend or not, lad, you've got your grand's fire. But no more midnight nonsense, hear me. This farm's had enough trouble." Eliza set a loaf on the table, her eyes soft as she ruffled Finn's hair. "Trouble or not, you've given us back our home. Finn, your gran would be proud, reckless, but proud." Finn's chest swelled, though he hid it with a shrug. The boggart's absence was a weight lifted felt in the cow's full udders, the barley's steady growth, and the quiet nights unbroken by cackles or crashing pots. But Finn's mind lingered on the magic hollow, its stones silent but alive with power. He'd seen the vortex swallow. The boggart heard its scream fade, but his grandmother's tales warned that spirits were slippery, their pride a flame that never fully died. He kept the thought to himself, not wanting to dim the family's joy, but he vowed to check the hollow just to be sure. Word of Finn's feat spread through the Yorkshire dales, carried by neighbors who'd long whispered of boggarts in their own barns. Farmers stopped by Longarheide, offering ale or apples to hear the story, their eyes wide as Finn recounted the game's hide and seek. With a mirror's trick, the salt-strewn race, the chase to the hollow. He left out the fear, the moment when the boggart's wind had tripped him, the doubt as the runestone fell. To the children who gathered at the farm gate, he was Finn Thorne, the boy who'd tamed a spirit, and he spun the tale with a trickster's flair, making Nell giggle and Meg roll her eyes. One afternoon, Finn slipped away to the magic hollow, his rope and mirror tucked in his satchel just in case. The woods were quiet, the oak-lined path familiar now, and the stone circle stood unchanged, its mossy rocks bathed in dappled light. The runestone lay where he'd left it, its spiral faint but steady, a seal on the boggart's prison. Finn knelt listening, but heard only the brook's gurgle and the rustle of leaves. "Stay gone," he whispered, half to the stone, half to himself, and left a daisy on the ground, a nod to the old ways his grandmother had taught him. Back at Longarheide, life blossomed. Eliza's jams sold briskly at the market. Amos repaired the barn with a new vigor, and Meg, despite her grumbling, took to teaching Nell to knit their laughter a melody in the evenings. Finn helped with the chores, his hands quick, but his mind always wandering to the next adventure. He added his story to his grandmother's folklore book, his scrawled words joining hers, a legacy of wit over might. The thorns grew closer, their bond forged in the fire of their shared ordeal, and Longarhedda became a beacon in the dales and a farm where a boy's cunning had turned chaos to peace. Years passed, and Finn grew into a farmer, his red hair tamed but his mischief undimmed. He married a girl from a neighboring farm, her laugh as bright as his, and their children inherited his knack for stories. Finn taught them to face the world with a trickster's heart, to meet fear with wit, and to honor the land that sustained them. Longarhedda thrived, its fields green, its hearth warm, and the magic hollow became a place of pilgrimage. Villagers left offerings, flowers, coins, jars of jam, not out of fear, but respect for the boy who'd faced a bogurt and won. The hollow itself remained, its stones weathered but unbroken, a silent guardian of Finn's triumph. On quiet nights, when the Yorkshire wind howled and the stars burned bright, some swore they heard a faint cackle, a whisper from the other world. Finn, older now, would smile, his green eyes glinting. "Let it laugh," he'd say, stoking the hearth. "It's trapped, and Longarhedda is ours." The tale of the bogurt of Longarhedda spread, a story told in pubs and by firesides of a boy named Finn Thorn who played a spirit's game and won. It was a reminder that courage didn't need a sword, that a quick mind could outshine the darkest mischief, and that family above all was worth any risk. And in the fields of Longarhedda, where the barley swayed and the cows grazed, the thorns lived on, their laughter louder than any bogurt's taunt, their home, a testament to the power of a trickster's heart. Story: The Ugly Duckling. The lake was a mirror of the world, its surface reflecting the endless blue of a summer sky, the golden dance of sunlight and the swaying silhouettes of reeds that fringed its edges. Tucked away in a quiet corner of the countryside, where fields of wheat stretched toward the horizon, and the air hummed with the songs of crickets. This lake was a sanctuary for a family of wild ducks. Beneath the protective shade of a willow tree, a mother duck tended her nest, her feathers ruffled by a gentle breeze, her eyes bright with the anticipation of new life. One by one, her eggs cracked open, revealing a brood of ducklings, fluffy yellow and perfect, their tiny beaks chirping with the joy of existence. But the last egg, larger and oddly speckled, took longer to hatch, and when it finally split, it revealed a creature unlike any the mother duck had ever seen. They called him Grizz, a name whispered with hesitation by the mother duck, who sensed from the start that this duckling was different. Grizz was bigger than his siblings, his body awkward and ungainly, his legs too long for his frame. His feathers, instead of the soft yellow fluff that adorned his brothers and sisters, were a dull mottled gray, patchy and coarse, as if the wind had swept ash across his back. His neck, slender and elongated, arched in a way that seemed almost regal, but struck the other ducks as strange. His eyes, large and deep, shimmered with a curiosity that mirrored the lake's depths, but they also held a vulnerability that made the mother duck's heart ache. She loved him as she loved all her children, but she could not ignore the whispers of doubt that stirred within her. The lake was home to a bustling community of ducks, their days filled with quacking chatter dives for fish and playful races across the water. The ducklings, barely a day old, took to the lake with instinctive grace, their tiny bodies bobbing like corks, their chirps blending with the rustle of reeds. But Grizz struggled. His long legs tangled as he waddled. His oversized body tipped him off balance, and his attempts to swim were clumsy, sending ripples that disrupted the lake's calm. His siblings, quick to notice his differences, began to tease him, their voices sharp with childish cruelty. "Look at Grizz," one quacked, splashing water in his face. "He's too big for the nest," another added, giggling as Grizz stumbled on the shore. "Why is he so gray? He's like a storm cloud, not a duck." The mother duck, her heart torn, tried to shield Grizz from their taunts. "He's just different," she said, her voice firm but tinged with worry. "He'll grow into himself." She nudged him gently, encouraging him to join his siblings in the water. But Grizz hesitated, his large eyes scanning the lake for a place where he might belong. The other ducks, older and less forgiving, were no kinder. They gathered in clusters, their heads tilted, their beaks clicking with disapproval. "What is that thing?" a grizzled drake muttered, his feathers ruffled. "He doesn't look like one of us," a hen agreed, her eyes narrowing. "Maybe he's not a duck at all." Grizz felt their words like stones, each one striking his fragile heart. He tried to quack as they did, to paddle as they did, but his voice was a hoarse, awkward honk, and his movements lacked their effortless grace. He watched his siblings play, their yellow fluff glowing in the sunlight, and felt a pang of envy, not for their beauty, but for the ease with which they fit into the world. He loved the lake, its cool water, its swaying reeds, the way the sunset painted it in shades of pink and gold. But the lake did not love him back. It was a mirror, and what it reflected was a creature out of place, a stranger in his own home. The mother duck, sensing his pain, stayed close, her wing brushing against his side as they waddled along the shore. "You are my son," she told him, her voice soft but fierce. "And you are enough." Grizz wanted to believe her, wanted to cling to the warmth of her words, but the taunts of his siblings and the cold stares of the other ducks drowned out her reassurance. He began to linger at the edge of the group, his large eyes fixed on the horizon where the wheat fields met the sky. What lay beyond the lake? Was there a place where a gray, awkward duckling might find acceptance? As the days turned to weeks, Grizz's isolation grew. His siblings, emboldened by the approval of the older ducks, teased him relentlessly, their games turning cruel. They would race across the lake, knowing Grizz could not keep up, then circle back to splash him with water, laughing as he sputtered. "Ugly Grizz," they chanted, their voices a chorus that echoed through the reeds. "Go find a lake for monsters." Grizz, his heart heavy, tried to laugh with them, to pretend their words didn't hurt, but each taunt carved a deeper wound. He began to avoid the water, hiding among the reeds where the shadows could conceal his gray feathers, his long neck tucked against his chest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the lake glowed with the last light of day, Grizz overheard a conversation that shattered what little hope he had left. Two older ducks, their voices low but clear, stood near the willow tree, their heads bent together. "He's not one of us," one said, her tone sharp with certainty. "No duck could look like that. He must be a changeling left by some cruel spirit." The other nodded, his beak clicking. "The mother should send him away. He brings shame to the flock." Grizz, hidden in the reeds, felt his heart constrict, a pain so sharp it stole his breath. He was not wanted, not even by those who shared his home. That night, under a sky ablaze with stars, Gree made a decision. The lake with its beauty and its cruelty was no longer his home. He could not stay where he was mocked, where his every step was a reminder of his difference. He waited until the moon rose, its silver light casting long shadows across the water. The other ducks slept, their heads tucked under their wings, and the mother duck, exhausted from her day, dozed in the nest. Grizz looked at her, his large eyes brimming with love and sorrow. He wanted to thank her, to tell her he would carry her kindness with him, but words were beyond him. Instead, he turned away, his long legs carrying him to the lake's edge. The water was cold against his feathers, but Grizz did not hesitate. He waded in his awkward strokes, carrying him to the far shore where the reeds gave way to open fields. He glanced back once at the nest where his mother slept at the lake that had been his world. Then, with a final resolute honk, he stepped into the unknown, his gray feathers blending with the shadows, his heart heavy but determined. He did not know where he was going, only that he could not stay. Somewhere beyond the wheat fields, beyond the horizon, there must be a place where a duckling like him could belong. As Grizz disappeared into the night, the lake grew still, its surface reflecting the stars above. The mother duck stirred her eyes, opening to find one of her children gone. She quacked softly, a sound of grief and hope, as if praying for the world to be kinder to her lost son. The reeds whispered, the stars shone, and Grid the ugly duckling began his journey, unaware of the beauty that lay hidden within him, waiting to be revealed. The world beyond the lake was vast and unforgiving, a tapestry of fields, forests, and streams that stretched endlessly under a sky that seemed to mock Grizz with its boundless blue. The gray duckling, his long neck arched and his large eyes scanning the horizon, moved through this new realm with a mix of trepidation and resolve. The taunts of his siblings and the cold stares of the lake's ducks still echoed in his heart, each word a weight that pressed against his fragile spirit. Yet Grizz pressed on, driven by a quiet, stubborn hope that somewhere in this wide and wild world there was a place where he could belong. His gray feathers, patchy and coarse, were dusted with the dirt of his journey, and his awkward gait left uneven tracks in the soft earth. But his eyes burned with a determination that no hardship could dim. The first days of his exile were a blur of hunger and solitude. The wheat fields, golden and swaying, offered little sustenance for a duckling unused to foraging alone. Grizz nibbled at stray seeds and sipped from puddles, his stomach a constant knot of need. The nights were colder than he had imagined, the stars above, indifferent to his plight. He curled up in hollows beneath hedges, his long legs tucked beneath him, his gray feathers fluffed against the chill. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams of the lake, of his mother's gentle quack, of his siblings' laughter, of the reeds that had once been his shelter. But morning always came, and with it the need to move, to keep searching for the home he could not yet name. Grizz's journey led him to a farm, a sprawling patchwork of barns, fences, and muddy pens, where the air was thick with the cluck of chickens and the honk of geese. The sight of other birds stirred a flicker of hope in his heart. Perhaps here, among creatures who shared his feathered nature, he might find acceptance. He waddled cautiously into the yard, his large eyes wide with curiosity, his long neck craning to take in the bustle. The chickens, their feathers sleek and speckled, paused to stare, their heads tilting in unison. The geese, larger and more imposing, raised their heads, their beaks snapping with disapproval. "What's this?" A hen clucked, her voice sharp. A duck, but so ugly. A goose, its feathers ruffled, added, "Look at that neck, it's like a snake's. Get out, you gray monster." The words cut deeper than the taunts at the lake, for Grizz had dared to hope. He lowered his head, his gray feathers flattening, and tried to speak, to explain that he meant no harm. But his honk, hoarse and awkward, only drew laughter from the chickens and hisses from the geese. A rooster, his comb blazing red, strutted forward, his spurs glinting. "This is no place for freaks," he crowed, lunging at Grizz with a flap of his wings. Grizz stumbled back, his long legs tangling, and fled the jeers of the farm birds chasing him like a storm. He found refuge in a thicket of brambles, his heart pounding, his eyes stinging with tears he could not shed. The farm, like the lake, had rejected him, and the weight of that rejection threatened to crush his fragile hope. In the thicket, as dusk painted the sky in shades of violet, Grizz met an unlikely ally. A scruffy, one-eyed cat, her fur matted and her tail crooked, emerged from the shadows, her single eye gleaming with a wary intelligence. She called herself Mira, a wanderer who had seen more of the world than most. "You're a strange one," she said, her voice a low purr, "but you've got spirit. Why are you hiding?" Grizz, hesitant at first, poured out his story. The lake, the taunts, the farm, the loneliness that clung to him like damp feathers. Mira listened, her tail flicking, her gaze steady. "The world's a cruel place," she said when he finished. "But it's also big. Don't let their words cage you. Find your own path." Duckling, Mira taught Grizz to survive. She showed him how to find grubs beneath stones, how to sip dew from leaves, how to listen to the wind for signs of danger. In return, Grizz shared his quiet company, his large eyes reflecting a gratitude he could not voice. For a few days they traveled together, Mira's limping gait a match for Grizz's awkward waddle. But Mira was a creature of solitude, and when they reached a river bank, she turned to him with a flick of her tail. "This is where we part," she said. "Keep going. Gray one. You're more than they see." Grizz watched her vanish into the reeds, her words a spark in his heart, a reminder that he was not nothing, even if he was not yet something. The riverbank offered a moment of beauty that stirred Grizz's soul. One evening, as the sun dipped low, he saw a sight that stole his breath. A flock of swans, their wings wide and white, soared across the sky. Their graceful forms silhouetted against the fiery clouds, their calls deep and resonant echoed over the river, a song of freedom that made Grizz's heart ache. He watched them, his long neck craned, his large eyes wide with wonder. They were the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen, their elegance a stark contrast to his own clumsy form. If only I could be like them. He thought, the longing so fierce it brought a pang of pain. But the swans were gone as quickly as they appeared, leaving Grizz alone with the river's murmur and his own unattainable dreams. Autumn deepened and the world grew harsher. The fields turned brittle, the streams grew cold, and Grizz, his gray feathers thinning, felt the weight of his solitude more keenly. He wandered from river to forest, from meadow to marsh, each step a test of his endurance. He met other creatures, a frog who shared a lily pad, a sparrow who sang of distant lands, but none offered the belonging he sought. The taunts of the lake and the farm followed him, whispering that he was ugly, unwanted, a mistake. Yet Mira's words, "Find your own path," echoed louder, a lifeline that kept him moving forward. One evening, as the first frost dusted the ground, Grizz found shelter in a hollow log, its mossy interior a frail defense against the cold. He curled up, his long legs tucked beneath him, his large eyes fixed on the stars visible through a crack in the wood. The swans haunted his thoughts, their grace a vision he could not shake. He did not know what he was, nor where he belonged, but he felt a stirring within him, a sense that his journey was not in vain. The world was cruel, but it was also vast, and somewhere beyond the frost, beyond the stars, there was a place for a duckling like him. As sleep claimed him, Grizz dreamed of the lake, of his mother's gentle quack, of the reeds that had once been his home. But in his dream, he was not the gray, awkward duckling. He was something else, something strong and beautiful, soaring above the water with wings that caught the light. The dream was fleeting, but it left a warmth in his heart, a promise that sustained him through the cold night. He did not know what lay ahead, nor how long his journey would last, but he knew one thing: he would keep going for the swans, for Mira, for the hope that he was more than the world could see. Winter descended upon the countryside with a ferocity that seemed to mock Grizz's fragile hope. The fields, once golden with wheat, were now cloaked in snow, their edges blurred by howling winds. The streams that had guided his wandering days froze into ribbons of ice, and the trees, stripped of their leaves, stood like sentinels guarding a world turned cold and silent. Grizz, the gray duckling who had fled the lake in search of a place to belong, was alone. His long neck bowed against the biting chill, his large eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of warmth. His feathers, patchy and thin, offered little protection, and his body, gaunt from weeks of meager foraging, trembled with each step. Yet within him burned a spark, a stubborn, flickering belief that his journey, however painful, was leading him somewhere. The memory of the swans, their white wings slicing through the autumn sky, haunted Grizz like a song he could not forget. Their grace, their strength, their effortless belonging had stirred a longing so deep it felt like a physical ache. He saw them in his dreams soaring above the frozen landscape, their calls a promise of a life he could scarcely imagine. But awake, he was only Grizz, awkward, gray, and unwanted, a duckling who did not fit in the world of ducks or anywhere else. Mira's words, "Find your own path," echoed in his mind, a lifeline that kept him moving through the snow. But the weight of his loneliness grew heavier with each passing day. Grizz's wanderings brought him to a small frozen creek, its surface a mirror of ice that reflected his haggard form. He paused, his breath frosting in the air, and stared at the creature looking back at him. His feathers were ragged, his long neck thinner than ever, his large eyes dulled by hunger and fatigue. "Who are you?" He thought the question a whisper in his heart. The reflection offered no answers, only a reminder of the taunts that had driven him from the lake. "Ugly monster, not one of us." He turned away, his long legs crunching through the snow, determined to keep moving to outrun the doubts that clung to him like frost. The creek became his temporary refuge, its banks lined with brittle reeds that offered some shelter from the wind. Gris foraged as best he could, pecking at frozen roots and sipping from cracks in the ice. But food was scarce, and his strength waned. The nights were the hardest, the darkness a void that swallowed the world, leaving only the stars to keep him company. He curled up in a hollow beneath a fallen log, his body shivering, his large eyes fixed on the sky. The stars, bright and unyielding, seemed to speak of hope, of a future beyond the cold. But Gris wondered if he had the strength to reach it. He thought of his mother, her gentle quack, her wing brushing against his side. Did she miss him? Did she wonder where her gray duckling had gone? One bitter night, as the wind howled and the snow fell in relentless sheets, Gris's hope nearly broke. He was too weak to move his long legs, numb his feathers crusted with ice. He lay in the hollow, his eyes half closed, the stars blurring into a haze. Maybe this is where it ends. He thought the idea strangely peaceful, but as he drifted toward sleep, a memory surfaced. Mira, the one-eyed cat, her voice, a low purr. You're more than they see. The words reignited the spark within him, faint but fierce, and Gris forced his eyes open. He would not give up, not yet. For the swans, for Mira, for the part of himself that still believed in something more. Fate, ever unpredictable, offered a fleeting reprieve. A farmer trudging through the snow to check his traps spotted Gris's gray form against the white, a barely moving shadow in the storm. The old man, his face weathered and kind, scooped the duckling into his coat, muttering, "Poor thing, you'll freeze out here." The warmth of the farmer's home was a shock to Gris's senses. A hearth roaring with fire, a kitchen smelling of bread, a soft blanket where he was gently placed. The farmer's wife, her hands rough but tender, fed him scraps of grain and warmed water. And for a moment, Gris felt a flicker of belonging, a sense that he might be safe. But the farmer's children, curious and cruel in the way children can be, shattered that illusion. They crowded around Gris, their voices loud and mocking. "What's this ugly bird?" one shouted, poking at his gray feathers. "It's not a duck, it's a goblin." Another laughed, tugging at his long neck. Gris, revived but still weak, quacked in protest, his hoarse voice drawing more giggles. Panic seized him, the memories of the lake and the farm flooding back. He flapped his wings, frail but desperate, and bolted from the blanket, dodging the children's grasping hands. He stumbled through the open door back into the snow. The warmth of the house replaced by the familiar bite of winter. The creek welcomed him back, its icy embrace both cruel and comforting. Gris, his heart racing, found his hollow beneath the log and curled up, his body shaking from cold and fear. The children's laughter echoed in his mind, joining the chorus of taunts that had followed him from the lake. Ugly monster freak. He wanted to scream, to demand why the world hated him, but he had only his silence, his shivering form, his large eyes fixed on the stars. Mira's words fought against the despair, a faint whisper that urged him to keep going, to believe in the path he could not yet see. As winter deepened, Gris's struggles grew. The creek froze solid, forcing him to seek new waters, each journey a battle against the cold. He found a small pond, its surface cracked but liquid beneath, and there He swam his long legs, paddling weakly, his body sustained by the slimmest threads of hope. The pond was home to other creatures, frogs huddled in the mud, a heron that watched him with cold eyes, but none spoke to him, none offered the companionship he craved. He was alone, a gray shadow in a white world, his only solace, the memory of the swans and the dream that he might one day be more than what he was. Yet something was changing within Gris, though he did not yet understand it. His gray feathers, once patchy and coarse, began to fall, replaced by a smoother, whiter down that caught the moonlight in a way that startled him. His wings, once clumsy appendages, grew stronger, their muscles tightening with each flap. His long neck, once a source of shame, felt graceful as he stretched it toward the sky. He noticed these changes in fleeting moments, when he caught his reflection in a patch of clear ice, when he felt a new strength in his strokes through the water. But he dismissed them as tricks of the light, too afraid to hope for transformation. One night, as a full moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the pond, Gris swam in slow circles, his large eyes fixed on the stars. The swans returned to his thoughts, their white wings a vision that both inspired and wounded him. I will never be like them, he thought, but the thought was softer now, less a surrender than a question. Mira's voice, the farmer's kindness, the stars' quiet promise they wove together in his heart, a fragile tapestry that held him together. He did not know what he was, nor where his path would lead, but he felt a stirring sense that winter, for all its cruelty, was not the end. Gris tucked his head under his wing, his body warmed by the new down that covered him. The wind howled, the snow fell, but he slept. His dreams filled with wings and skies and a lake where he was not an outcast. The world was vast and winter was long, but Gris, the ugly duckling, was learning to endure, to believe, to carry the spark of hope through the darkest nights. Somewhere beyond the ice, beyond the stars, his true self was waiting, and he would find it no matter how far he had to go. The first breath of spring crept into the countryside, like a whisper, softening the iron grip of winter and coaxing life back into the frozen land. The snow that had blanketed the fields melted into rivulets, feeding streams that sparkled under a warming sun. The trees bare for so long sprouted tender buds, and the air hummed with the tentative songs of returning birds. For Gris, the gray duckling who had endured months of cold hunger and rejection, this change was both a lifeline and a mystery. His body, battered by winter's cruelty, felt a stirring of strength, a lightness that seemed to lift the weight of his loneliness. His gray feathers, once a source of shame, had nearly all fallen away, replaced by a sleek white down that caught the sunlight in a way that made him pause. Yet he dared not hope. Not yet, for hope had betrayed him too many times. Gris's journey had brought him to a new lake, a place of breathtaking beauty where water lilies floated like stars and dragonflies darted in iridescent flashes. The lake was nestled in a valley, its shores fringed with wildflowers and tall grasses that swayed in the spring breeze. Gris, his long legs steadier now, waded into the water, his large eyes drinking in the scene. The pond where he had spent the last weeks of winter was a memory, its icy confines replaced by this haven of warmth and life. He swam in slow circles, his strokes smoother than they had ever been, his wings stronger now, cutting through the water with a grace he had never known. The world felt different, softer, as if it were opening its arms to him at last. But Griz's heart was still heavy with doubt. The taunts of the lake ducks, the jeers of the farm birds, the laughter of the farmer's children. They lingered a chorus that whispered he was ugly, unwanted, a mistake. Even Mira's words, "You're more than they see," felt like a distant echo, a promise he could not fully trust. He avoided his reflection, afraid of what he might see, afraid that the changes he felt in his body were illusions born of desperation. He swam to a quiet corner of the lake where the water was still and clear, and there, unable to resist, he looked down. The creature staring back at him was a stranger. Gone was the gray, awkward duckling with patchy feathers and a clumsy gait. In its place was a bird of astonishing beauty, a swan, its feathers white as fresh snow, its neck a graceful curve, its wings broad and powerful. Griz's large eyes widened his breath if a bird could breathe, catching in his throat. He tilted his head and the reflection mimicked him, its movements fluid and elegant. He flapped his wings and the swan in the water responded, its feathers ruffling in a cascade of light. "Is this me?" He thought the question trembling in his heart. He honked, expecting the hoarse, awkward sound that had always betrayed him. But what emerged was a deep, resonant call, a sound that echoed across the lake like a song. For a moment, Griz did not believe it. He thought it a trick, a cruel jest of the water's surface, or perhaps a dream from which he would wake to find himself gray and unloved once more. He swam closer to the shore, his eyes fixed on the reflection, searching for the duckling he had been. But the swan remained its image, unwavering, its beauty undeniable. Griz's heart pounded a mix of fear and wonder as he realized the truth. He was no duckling, no monster, no outcast. He was a swan, born to soar, born to shine, born to belong in a way he had never dared to dream. Trembling with newfound courage, Griz spread his wings and leapt from the water, his body rising into the air with an ease that felt like magic. The lake fell away below its surface, a mosaic of green and blue, its lilies gleaming like jewels. He flew higher, the wind rushing against his feathers, the world unfolding beneath him in a tapestry of fields, forests, and rivers. The sensation was exhilarating, a freedom he had glimpsed in the swans that had haunted his dreams. He called out his voice, a trumpet that carried across the valley, and for the first time he felt whole, as if the pieces of his broken heart had finally found their place. Griz's flight brought him back to the lake, where a flock of swans had gathered their white forms, gliding across the water like ships of light. He hesitated, his old fears resurfacing. Would they reject him as the ducks and geese had done? Would they see the gray duckling beneath his new feathers and turn away? But the swans, sensing his presence, raised their heads, their calls a chorus of welcome. Griz landed among them, his wings folding gracefully, his long neck arched in a mirror of their elegance. To his astonishment, they did not mock or shun him. Instead, they swam closer, their eyes warm with recognition, their voices soft with admiration. "You are one of us, a female swan," said her tone gentle but certain. "Your beauty is a gift, as is your strength." Another, a male with a proud bearing, added, "You have traveled far, haven't you? We see it in your eyes." Griz, overwhelmed, could only nod, his large eyes brimming with emotions he could not name. The swans surrounded him, their wings brushing against his, their presence a balm to the wounds of his past. For the first time in his life, Gris felt accepted not for what he might become, but for who he was in this moment, a swan radiant and free. Yet even in this moment of triumph, Gris's heart turned to the past. He thought of the lake where he had been born of his mother's love and his siblings' cruelty. He thought of the farm where the chickens and geese had driven him away, and of the farmer's house where the children's laughter had echoed the taunts of his youth. He thought of Mira, the one-eyed cat who had seen his spirit when he could not, and of the swans who had inspired him to keep going. Each rejection, each hardship had been a step on the path to this lake, to this moment, to this truth. The pain had shaped him, but it had not defined him. He was more than the ugly duckling, more than the outcast. He was Gris, a swan, and his journey had made him whole. As the sun climbed higher, bathing the lake in golden light, Gris swam among the swans, his movements fluid, his heart light. The wildflowers along the shore swayed, the dragonflies danced, and the water lilies gleamed as if the world itself were celebrating his transformation. The swans called to one another, their voices a symphony that filled the air, and Gris joined them, his own call rising with theirs, a declaration of his place in their flock. He was no longer alone, no longer searching. He had found his home not just in the lake, but in himself. But Gris's thoughts lingered on the lake of his birth, on the mother who had loved him. Despite his differences, on the siblings who had mocked him without understanding. He wondered if they would recognize him now, if they would see the swan where they had once seen a monster. The idea stirred a quiet resolve within him, not to seek revenge, but to show them that beauty could grow from pain, that an outcast could rise to soar. He did not know if he would return, but the possibility was enough, a seed of hope that took root in his heart. For now Gris was content to swim, to feel the water against his feathers, to bask in the warmth of the swan's acceptance. The lake was a mirror once more, but this time it reflected not shame, but pride, not an outcast, but a creature of grace. Gris lifted his wings, letting the breeze catch them, and felt a surge of joy that carried him beyond the pain of his past. He was a swan, and the world vast and beautiful was his to explore, his to claim, his to love. The lake shimmered under the spring sun, its surface a canvas of light and color, where water lilies bloomed and reeds swayed in a gentle dance. Gris, no longer the gray, awkward duckling, but a swan of breathtaking beauty, glided across the water, his white feathers gleaming like fresh snow, his long neck arched with a grace that seemed to echo the curves of the clouds above. The flock of swans that had welcomed him swam beside him, their calls a harmonious chorus that filled the valley with life. For Gris, this lake was more than a refuge. It was a home, a place where he was seen not as an outcast, but as a brother, a creature of strength and elegance. Yet his heart, though light with newfound belonging, carried the weight of his past, a tapestry of pain and perseverance that had led him to this moment. The days at the lake were filled with a quiet joy. Gris learned the ways of the swans, their graceful dives for fish, their soaring flights at dawn, their intricate rituals of greeting and farewell. He marveled at the ease with which he moved his broad wings, cutting through the air, his long legs propelling him through the water with a power he had never known as a duckling. The other swans, their eyes warm with camaraderie, taught him to read the wind, to sense the rhythms of the seasons, to find peace in the stillness of the lake. "You are one of us," they said, their voices a balm to the wounds of his childhood, and Grizz for the first time believed it. But even in this haven, Grizz's thoughts often wandered to the lake of his birth, to the mother duck who had loved him. Despite his differences to the siblings whose taunts had driven him away, he did not hate them, not anymore. The pain of their words had faded, softened by the knowledge of who he was. Yet he wondered about them, about the life he had left behind. Did his mother still tend her nest under the willow tree? Did his siblings, now grown, remember the gray duckling they had mocked? The question stirred a quiet longing, not for revenge, but for closure, for a chance to show them that the outcast they had scorned had found his place in the world. One morning, as the sun rose in a blaze of pink and gold, Grizz's past came to him. A flock of wild ducks appeared at the lake, their quacks sharp and familiar, their yellow-brown feathers catching the light as they splashed down. Grizz, swimming with the swans, froze, his large eyes narrowing. He recognized them, their voices, their mannerisms, the way they clustered together in a tight, chattering group. At their head was a mother duck, her feathers streaked with gray, her eyes weary but kind. It was his mother, older now, her brood of new ducklings trailing behind her. Among them were his siblings, grown into sleek adults, their quacks confident, their movements assured. Grizz's heart thudded, a mix of love and apprehension. He watched from a distance, his white feathers blending with the swans, his long neck lowered to avoid notice. The ducks did not see him, their attention fixed on the lake's bounty fish reeds, the cool water that welcomed them. But Grizz saw everything. His mother's careful nudge to a straggling duckling, his siblings' playful splashes, the easy camaraderie that had once excluded him. He felt a pang, not of anger, but of memory of the gray duckling who had stood alone on the shore, his large eyes searching for a place to belong. The swans, sensing his stillness, gathered closer, their wings brushing against his. "What troubles you, brother?" a female swan asked, her voice soft. Grizz hesitated, then spoke, his call low and resonant. "They are my family from the lake where I was born. They did not want me then." The swans exchanged glances, their eyes filled with understanding. "Show them who you are now," a male swan said, his tone firm. "Not to shame them, but to honor your journey." Grizz nodded, his heart steadying. He was no longer the ugly duckling, no longer bound by their rejection. He was a swan, and he would face his past with the grace he had earned. He swam forward, his wings spread slightly, his white feathers catching the sunlight in a radiant glow. The ducks, startled by his approach, fell silent, their heads tilting in curiosity. His siblings quacked nervously, their eyes darting to one another. But his mother, her gaze sharper than the rest, stared at Grizz with a dawning recognition. Her feathers ruffled her beak, parted as if she sensed the truth before her mind could grasp it. Grizz stopped a few feet away. His long neck arched, his large eyes meeting hers. He did not speak. His call was too different now, too grand for the quacks of his childhood, but his presence spoke for him. "Who is that?" one of his siblings muttered, his voice tinged with awe. "A swan," another whispered, her quack faltering. "But he looks familiar." The mother duck, her eyes brimming with something like tears, took a tentative step forward, her wings twitching. "Gris," she quacked, her voice trembling. "Is it you?" Gris inclined his head, a gesture both regal and tender, and the mother duck's quack became a soft, broken sound, a mix of joy and regret. She did not need words to know him, to see the son she had loved, the son she had lost. The other ducks, his siblings, were less certain. They quacked among themselves, their voices a mix of confusion and admiration. "Gris, the gray one. Impossible," one said, but his tone lacked the cruelty of their childhood taunts. Another boulder swam closer, her eyes wide. "You're beautiful," she said almost to herself, and Gris felt a warmth spread through him, not from her words, but from the absence of malice in them. He did not need their approval, not anymore, but their wonder was a quiet gift, a closing of the circle that had begun with pain. Gris turned to his mother, his large eyes soft. He wanted to tell her he was grateful that her love had sustained him through the darkest days, but words were unnecessary. She swam to his side, her smaller form dwarfed by his, and brushed her wing against his. "I always knew you were special," she quacked, her voice thick with pride. Gris lowered his head, letting her touch linger, a moment of connection that healed wounds he had carried too long. The swans, watching from a distance, called out their voices, a trumpet of encouragement. Gris looked back at them, then at his mother, and made a choice. He spread his wings, their white expanse catching the breeze, and rose from the water, his body soaring into the sky. The ducks gasped, their quacks falling silent as Gris circled the lake, his shadow rippling across the surface. The swans joined him, their wings beating in unison, their calls a symphony that filled the valley. Gris led them, his long neck stretched forward, his heart light with a freedom he had earned through pain and perseverance. Below, the ducks watched, their eyes wide with awe. His siblings, once cruel, now stood still, their quacks replaced by a quiet respect. His mother, her feathers ruffled with pride, followed his flight until he was a speck against the clouds. She did not know the full story of his journey, the farm, the winter, the swans, but she knew he had found his place, and that was enough. Gris did not return to the lake of his birth, but his story did. It spread through the countryside, carried by birds and whispered by reeds, a tale of a gray duckling who became a swan, of an outcast who found his wings. The lake where he was born became a place of pilgrimage, where ducks and swans alike told of Gris, the swan who had taught them that beauty was not in feathers alone, but in the courage to rise above pain. Children playing by the water pointed to the sky, hoping to see a white bird with a long neck, a symbol of hope for all who felt unloved. Gris, now a leader among the swans, soared over the fields and forests that had once been his prison. The pain of his past was a memory, a scar that had shaped but not defined him. He thought of Mira, the cat who had seen his spirit of his mother, whose love had been his first light, and of the swans who had shown him his truth. The world was vast, and he was part of it. A swan whose wings carried not just his body, but the lessons of his journey. That rejection could forge strength, that loneliness could lead to love, and that even the ugliest duckling could shine if only they dared to believe in themselves. As the sun set, painting the lake in hues of gold and crimson, Gris called out his voice, a trumpet that echoed through the valley. The swans answered their wings, beating their hearts, joined in a bond that transcended words. Grizz the swan of the lake was home, not just in the water, but in the truth he had found within himself. And as he flew, the stars began to emerge, each one a reminder that his light once hidden would burn eternal. Story: The Small-Toothed Dog. In the heart of a verdant kingdom where ancient forests wove their shadows over winding trails, and the air carried the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a small market town called Briarvale. It was a place of simple beauty, with cobblestone streets that gleamed after rain and cottages crowned with ivy. The townsfolk lived by the rhythm of the seasons, planting barley in spring, harvesting apples in fall, and gathering around hearths to share stories through the long winter nights. Among them was a merchant named Edgar Hawthorne, a man known for his shrewd trades and warm laughter, and his only daughter Leora, whose spirit shone brighter than the lanterns that lit Briarvale's evening market. Edgar's cottage sat at the edge of town where the forest pressed close, its trees whispering secrets to those who dared listen. The house was modest but cozy, with a thatched roof and a garden where Leora tended roses and lavender, their petals scenting the air. At 18, Leora was a vision. Her chestnut hair fell in waves to her shoulders, and her hazel eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and kindness. She had her father's wit, but none of his wanderlust. While Edgar thrived on the open road, trading pearls and silks across the kingdom, Leora found her joy in quieter things. She spent her days weaving tales for the children who gathered at her gate, her stories of dragons and lost princes so vivid they seemed to dance in the air. The townsfolk adored her, calling her Briarvale's light. But Leora felt a restlessness she couldn't name, a longing for a life beyond the garden's stone walls. Edgar was Leora's world, her mother having passed when she was too young to remember. He was a father who listened, who brought her ribbons from distant cities and laughed at her playful jabs about his tangled beard. But his work demanded long journeys, and each departure left Leora with a familiar ache. She'd stand at the cottage door waving until his cart vanished into the forest, her heart heavy with worry. The roads were not always safe. Bandits roamed the deeper woods, and tales of travelers vanishing in the night were whispered in Briarvale's tavern. Yet Edgar always returned his cart lighter, but his stories richer, and Leora would listen curled by the fire as he spun tales of bustling ports and starlit camps. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves burned red and gold, Edgar prepared for his longest trip of the year, a trek to the coastal city of Marinport, where he'd trade his finest silks for coral and mother of pearl. Leora helped him pack, tying bundles with her nimble fingers and slipping a sprig of lavender into his satchel for luck. "Be careful, Papa," she said, her voice soft but firm. "The forest's been restless lately." Edgar chuckled, ruffling her hair. "You worry too much, my light. I've walked those roads 100 times. I'll be back before the first snow with a new story for you." He kissed her forehead, climbed onto his cart, and set off, the creak of the wheels fading as the forest swallowed him. Leora watched until he was gone, then turned to her garden, her refuge. She knelt among the roses, their thorns a gentle reminder of the world's sharpness, and whispered a prayer to whatever spirits might listen. The day passed in a blur of chores, sweeping the hearth, mending a torn shawl. But as dusk fell a strange unease settled over her. The forest seemed too quiet, its usual chorus of crickets and owls muted. She shook it off, blaming her imagination, and lit a lantern to read by the fire, losing herself in a tale of a knight and a cursed crown. Miles away in the heart of the forest, Edgar's journey took a darker turn. The road to Marinport wound through the Blackwood, a stretch of ancient trees where sunlight barely pierced the canopy. It was a place of whispered warnings where travelers clutched charms and hurried past. Edgar, ever practical, dismissed such tales. But as twilight deepened, he sensed eyes in the shadows. His horse snorted, ears twitching. And before he could react, a band of robbers burst from the trees. 6 men, their faces masked blades glinting in the fading light. Hand over the goods, old man. Their leader snarled, a scar twisting his lip. Edgar tried to reason, offering half his load, but the robbers laughed, shoving him from the cart. They tore through his bundles, scattering silks and smashing crates, then bound him to a gnarled oak with coarse rope. "You're lucky we don't slit your throat," the leader spat, and with that they vanished into the night, leaving Edgar alone under a cold, creeping rain. Hours passed, the chill seeping into his bones. Edgar's hope dwindled his thoughts, turning to Leora. Her smile, her stories. The life he might not return to. As despair took hold, a rustle broke the silence. He tensed, expecting wolves, but instead a creature emerged from the underbrush, a dog unlike any he'd seen. Its fur was black as midnight, sleek and shining, despite the rain, and its eyes glowed like emeralds, sharp with intelligence. Most striking were its teeth, small and needle-like, gleaming in a way that was both beautiful and unnerving. The dog moved with purpose, its gaze fixed on Edgar. Before he could speak, the dog lunged not at him, but at the ropes. Its small teeth worked swiftly, slicing through the cords with precision. Freed, Edgar staggered to his feet, his legs numb. "Thank you," he gasped, reaching out, but the dog stepped back, its eyes never leaving his. It was no ordinary beast. It carried an air of mystery, as if it knew secrets. The forest hid. Edgar, shaken but grateful, knelt before it. "You saved my life. Come with me to Briarvale. I'll give you food, a warm bed, anything you want." The dog tilted its head, considering, then nodded, a gesture so human it startled Edgar. It followed him as he salvaged what remained of his cart, the horse miraculously unharmed. The journey home was slow, the night heavy with the weight of what had happened. Edgar glanced at the dog trotting silently beside him and wondered what manner of creature he'd invited into his life. Dawn was breaking when they reached Briarvale, the cottage's chimney puffing smoke into the pale sky. Leora, tending her garden, dropped her trowel at the sight of her father, his clothes torn and his face pale. She ran to him, hugging him tightly, but her eyes widened as she noticed the dog. It stood at the gate, its black fur catching the light, its small teeth glinting as it panted. "Papa, what is that?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and caution. "A friend," Edgar said, his voice hoarse. "He saved me Leora bandits in the Blackwood. They would have left me for dead if not for him." He ushered the dog inside, offering it a blanket by the hearth. Leora watched, her curiosity battling a flicker of unease. The dog was beautiful, but its eyes held a depth that made her feel seen, as if it knew her thoughts. That night, as the fire crackled and Edgar recounted his ordeal, the dog stirred, It rose its movements graceful and spoke. Its voice was low resonant like a cello's hum, and it filled the room with a weight that silenced father and daughter. "I am glad you are safe, Edgar," it said, its emerald eyes fixed on him. "But I did not save you for nothing. In return for my deed, I ask for your daughter's hand in marriage." Leora's breath caught her hands gripping the arms of her chair. Edgar's face drained of color, his mouth opening and closing without sound. The dog sat calmly, its small teeth glinting in the firelight, as if its request were the most natural thing in the world. Leora stared into its eyes, searching for malice, but found only a strange, aching sincerity. The room spun the weight of the moment pressing down on her. A talking dog, had just asked to marry her, and nothing in Briarvale's quiet days had prepared her for this. Edgar found his voice, his words sharp with disbelief. "You saved me, and I'm grateful, but this. My daughter name, another price, gold, land, anything." The dog shook its head, its gaze shifting to Leora. "I want only her," it said softer now, almost pleading. "Will you consider it?" Leora, she couldn't answer. Fear and fascination warred within her, her heart pounding as the dog's words echoed. Who or what was this creature? And why did its voice stir something deep inside her, like a story she'd forgotten? The fire popped, casting shadows that danced like specters, and Leora knew her life had changed forever. The fire in the cottage hearth crackled its warmth, doing little to ease the chill that had settled over Leora as the dog's words hung in the air. "I want only her." The room felt too small, the walls pressing in as her mind reeled. A talking dog, a creature with fur black as night and teeth small but sharp as needles, had just asked for her hand in marriage. Her father Edgar sat frozen, his knuckles white on the arms of his chair, his face a mask of shock and defiance. Leora's gaze darted between him and the dog, whose emerald eyes held hers with an intensity that made her heart stutter. There was no malice in those eyes, only a quiet, almost human longing that unnerved her more than any threat. Could Edgar's voice broke the silence, rough with anger. "This is madness," he barked, standing so quickly his chair scraped against the floor. "You saved my life, and I owe you. But my daughter, she's not a prize to be bartered." He pointed to the door, his hand trembling. "Take whatever else you want, gold, food, my best horse, but leave Leora be." The dog didn't flinch. It sat poised by the hearth, its sleek form bathed in firelight, and tilted its head as if weighing Edgar's words. "I seek no gold," it said, its voice low and steady, like a river carving through stone. "Nor horses nor land. I ask for Leora's hand not as a prize, but as a bond. She may refuse, but I will not take another reward." Its gaze shifted to Leora, softening. "What say you, Leora?" Leora's throat tightened. She wanted to speak, to demand answers, but her thoughts were a tangle of fear and fascination. The dog's voice stirred something in her, a memory she couldn't place, like a half-forgotten dream. She studied its face, the way its small teeth glinted when it spoke, the depth in its eyes that seemed to hold a story untold. It wasn't just a beast, it was a mystery. And Leora, who'd spent her life weaving tales, felt drawn to unravel it. But marry it. The idea was absurd, terrifying, and yet, why did her heart hesitate to say no? I need time," She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is too much." The dog nodded, a gesture so human it sent a shiver down her spine. "Time I can give it," said. "I will wait." It rose, its movements graceful, and padded to the door. "I'll be near, Leora. Call for me when you're ready." With that, it slipped into the night, leaving the cottage in a silence broken only by the fire's soft pops. Edgar turned to Leora, his face flushed. "You're not considering this, are you?" he demanded. "It's a beast, Leora, a talking beast, maybe a demon. I won't let it near you again." Leora stood, her hands clenched. "Papa, it saved your life. It didn't hurt us. What if there's more to it?" She didn't know why she was defending the dog, but the sincerity in its voice lingered, tugging at her. Edgar's eyes softened, but his jaw remained set. "I don't trust it. Promise me you'll stay away." Leora nodded, but her heart wasn't in it. She climbed the narrow stairs to her room, her mind racing. From her window, she saw the dog lying beneath the old oak tree in the garden, its black fur blending with the shadows. It didn't move, even as a cold wind rustled the leaves. She watched it for a long time, her breath fogging the glass until sleep pulled her under. The next few days were a blur of tension. Edgar forbade any mention of the dog throwing himself into repairs on his cart, as if work could erase the memory of his ordeal. Leora went through her chores, tending the garden, baking bread, but her thoughts were elsewhere. The townsfolk, quick to notice the strange dog under the oak, began to whisper. "It's a spirit," some said. "A cursed thing," others muttered, crossing themselves as they passed. Children dared each other to approach it, but the dog never stirred, its eyes fixed on the cottage. Leora tried to ignore it, but the dog's presence was a constant pull. She caught herself glancing at it while watering her roses, wondering what secrets it held. At night, when the town slept, she'd sit by her window, watching it lie still under the oak, its fur dappled by moonlight. It never barked or prowled, only waited, and that patience unsettled her more than any growl could. One evening, a storm rolled in the sky, splitting with lightning and rain lashing the cottage. Leora, unable to sleep, peered out her window and saw the dog still there, soaked and unmoving. Something in her snapped pity, curiosity, or something deeper. She grabbed a wool blanket, threw on her cloak, and slipped outside, the rain stinging her face. The dog lifted its head as she approached, its emerald eyes glinting through the downpour. "You'll catch your death," Leora said, her voice sharp to mask her nerves. She draped the blanket over its back, her hands brushing its wet fur. It was warm, alive, and for a moment she felt a strange connection, like touching a piece of her own story. "Thank you, Leora," the dog said, its voice soft but clear over the storm. "You have a kind heart, kinder than I deserve." She stepped back, rain dripping from her hood. "Why me?" she asked, her words spilling out. "Why do you want me? What are you?" The dog stood, the blanket sliding to the ground. "I cannot tell you all, not yet," it said. "But if you trust me, come with me to the Mist Vale, a place where truths are revealed. The journey is perilous, and you'll face dangers that test your courage. But there, you'll know who I am." Leora's heart pounded. The Mist Vale was a name from old tales. A hidden valley shrouded in fog, said to be guarded by spirits. No one in Briarvale spoke of it without lowering their voice. She should say no, run back to the cottage, forget the dog and its impossible request. But those eyes, those sad, knowing eyes held her. She thought of her stories of heroes who faced the unknown and wondered if she could be one. "I'll think about it," she said finally, her voice trembling. "But I need to know you won't hurt me." The dog bowed its head. "I swear on the stars, Leora. I mean you no harm. Call me Small Tooth, for my teeth are all you see of me now. I'll wait for your answer." She nodded, her mind a storm as wild as the one around her, and ran back to the cottage. That night she lay awake, the dog's words echoing. Small Tooth, the mist veil. A truth waiting to be uncovered. She thought of her father who'd never forgive her for considering this, and of Briar Vale, where her life was safe but small. The restlessness she'd felt for so long stirred, whispering that this was her chance to find something greater. By morning the storm had passed and Leora's decision crystallized. She couldn't marry a dog, not yet. Not without knowing why it chose her. But she could follow it. Seek the truth and face whatever the mist veil held. She wrote a note for Edgar. "I'm safe. I'll return soon," and packed a small bag with bread, a flint, and her mother's old locket for luck. As dawn broke, she stepped outside, where Small Tooth waited under the oak, its eyes bright with hope. "I'll go with you," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her chest. "To the mist veil, show me who you are." Small Tooth rose its tail, flicking once a gesture, almost joyful. "Thank you, Leora," it said. "Stay close and trust your heart. The forest is kind to those who listen." Together they stepped onto the path leading into the blackwood, the trees closing around them like a curtain. Leora glanced back at the cottage, its chimney smoke curling into the sky, and felt a pang of doubt. But Small Tooth's steady presence beside her was a strange comfort, and as they vanished into the forest, she knew there was no turning back. The blackwood swallowed Leora and Small Tooth as they ventured deeper, its ancient trees knitting a canopy so dense that daylight dwindled to a faint dappled glow. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and damp earth, and the forest hummed with life crickets, chirping, leaves rustling, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Leora's cloak brushed against ferns, her boots sinking into the soft loam. But her eyes kept darting to Small Tooth, who moved with a quiet grace ahead of her. His black fur blended with the shadows, his small needle-like teeth catching the rare slivers of light. He was a mystery, a talking dog with eyes that held a human soul, and Leora felt both drawn to and wary of the path she'd chosen. The journey to the mist veil Small Tooth had warned would be perilous, and Leora felt the truth of that warning in the forest's oppressive silence. She clutched her mother's locket tucked beneath her tunic, its cool metal grounding her. Her bag slung over her shoulder held bread, a flint, and a small knife, meager tools against the unknown. She'd told stories of brave heroes facing enchanted woods, but now, walking through one, she felt small, her courage a fragile flame. Yet Small Tooth's presence steadied her. He glanced back often, his emerald eyes meeting hers with a reassurance that needed no words. They traveled for hours, the path twisting through gnarled roots and over streams that gurgled like whispered secrets. Small Tooth spoke little, answering Leora's questions with cryptic brevity. "What's in the mist veil?" she asked, once her voice cutting through the forest's hum. "A truth," he replied, his tone soft but firm. "One that binds us both, and the dangers you mentioned," she pressed, stepping over a fallen log. "They test the heart, he said, pausing to sniff the air. Stay close, Leora. The Blackwood watches. His words sent a shiver down her spine, but she nodded, tightening her grip on her bag. The forest grew stranger as they went. Trees twisted into unnatural shapes, their branches curling like fingers, and patches of mist clung to the ground, cold and heavy. Leora swore she heard whispers faint and fleeting, but when she turned, there was only the rustle of leaves. Smalltooth's ears twitched, his body tensing, and she wondered what he sensed that she could not. As night fell, they made camp beside a narrow stream, its water glinting under a sliver of moon. Leora gathered twigs, her hands trembling from the cold, and struck her flint to start a fire. The flames cast flickering shadows, and she sat close, her cloak wrapped tightly around her. Smalltooth lay nearby, his eyes scanning the darkness. "You're not eating," Leora said, offering a piece of bread from her bag. He shook his head. "I need little," he said. "Save it for yourself." She frowned, tearing off a small piece for herself. "You're not like any dog I've ever met," she said, her voice quieter now. "Not just because you talk. There's something about you, like you're carrying a weight." Smalltooth's gaze softened, and for a moment he looked almost vulnerable. "A weight? Yes," he said. "One. I hope you'll understand soon." He didn't elaborate, and Leora didn't push, but the exchange felt like a thread tying them closer. Sleep was elusive, the forest's sounds keeping Leora on edge. She dozed fitfully, waking to a sudden chill that wasn't just the night air. The fire had dimmed and Smalltooth was on his feet, a low growl rumbling in his throat. "Stay still," he whispered, his eyes fixed on the trees. Before Leora could respond, the shadows moved. Shapes emerged from the mist. Creatures made of smoke and darkness. Their forms humanoid but fluid with claws that glinted like obsidian. Their eyes were hollow and they hissed a sound that crawled under Leora's skin. She scrambled to her feet, her knife in hand, its blade trembling in her grip. Smalltooth leapt, his small teeth bared. He tore into the nearest shadow, his movements a blur, and the creature dissolved with a wail. But more came circling them, their claws slashing the air. Leora's heart pounded, fear threatening to paralyze her. But she remembered her stories. Heroes didn't freeze, they fought. She grabbed a burning branch from the fire, its heat searing her palm, and swung it at a shadow lunging toward her. The flame hissed as it struck, and the creature recoiled, its form unraveling. "Stay near the fire," Smalltooth barked, his voice sharp as he tackled another shadow. Leora obeyed, swinging her torch and slashing with her knife when one got too close. The shadows were fast, but they feared the light, and between Smalltooth's ferocity and Leora's desperate swings, they began to falter. The last one let out a piercing screech before dissolving into the mist, leaving the camp silent once more. Leora dropped the branch, her hands shaking. Her palm was red from the heat, but she barely felt the pain. Smalltooth panted, his fur ruffled but unharmed. He met her eyes, and for the first time, she saw pride in his gaze. "You fought well," he said, his voice warm. "Braver than many I've known." Leora managed a shaky laugh, sinking to the ground. "I thought I was going to die," she admitted. "What were those things?" Wraith, Smalltooth said, settling beside her. "Spirits of the Blackwood drawn to fear. They test those who seek the Mist Veil." He paused, his eyes searching hers. You didn't run, Leora. That matters. She looked at him, her fear easing under his steady presence. You didn't run either, she said. You protected me again. He looked away, his ears twitching. It's what I promised, he said softly. They sat in silence, the fire rebuilt and crackling between them. Leora's mind churned with questions, but she sensed Smalltooth wouldn't answer yet. Instead, she felt a shift. She wasn't just following him anymore. She was his partner in this strange journey, and that thought gave her strength. The next morning, they pressed on the forest, growing denser, the air thicker with mist. Smalltooth's pace quickened as if sensing their destination. By midday, they reached a ridge overlooking a vast fog-shrouded valley, the Mist Vale. It was a sea of white, broken only by the silhouettes of twisted trees and a faint silvery glow at its heart. Leora's breath caught her nerves tingling with anticipation and dread. Smalltooth stopped, turning to her. The Mist Vale holds the Mirror Lake. He said it will show you who I am and what you fear most. It's not too late to turn back, Leora. But if you go forward, you must face both. Leora's hand found her locket, its familiar shape steadying her. She thought of Briarvale, of her garden, of the safe life she'd left behind. Then she thought of Smalltooth's eyes, the sadness in them and the courage she'd found fighting the wraiths. I'm not turning back, she said, her voice firm. Let's go. Smalltooth's tail flicked a rare sign of emotion. Then stay close, he said. The Mist Vale is no ordinary place. They descended into the valley, the fog wrapping around them like a living thing. Leora's heart pounded, but she kept her eyes on Smalltooth, his black form a beacon in the white. The glow ahead grew brighter, and she knew the Mirror Lake was near. Whatever truth awaited, she was ready, or so she told herself. The Mist Veil enveloped Leora and Smalltooth in a shroud of fog so thick it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The air was cool and damp, carrying whispers of unseen things, soft sighs, distant murmurs that made Leora's skin prickle. The ground beneath her boots was soft, almost spongy, and the silhouettes of twisted trees loomed like specters in the haze. Smalltooth led the way, his black fur a stark contrast against the endless white, his small needle-like teeth glinting whenever he turned to check on her. Leora's heart thudded each step toward the Mirror Lake, feeling like a plunge into the unknown. Yet the memory of their battle with the wraiths and the quiet strength in Smalltooth's eyes kept her moving forward. The glow they'd seen from the ridge grew brighter, cutting through the fog like a beacon. Leora's breath caught as they emerged into a clearing where the Mist Vale's heart lay, revealed the Mirror Lake. It was a perfect circle of water, its surface so still it reflected the moon above like a polished silver shield. The fog parted around it as if in reverence, and the lake's edges were framed by smooth stones, etched with runes that pulsed faintly. The air here hummed a low, resonant note that vibrated in Leora's chest, and she felt the weight of magic, ancient, powerful, and unyielding. Smalltooth stopped at the lake's edge, his emerald eyes fixed on the water. "This is it," he said, his voice softer than she'd ever heard, tinged with something like fear. "The Mirror Lake shows the truth. Leora, mine and yours. But it will also show you what you dread most. You can still turn back." Leora's hand tightened around her mother's locket, its familiar shape a tether to her courage. She thought of Briarvale, of her garden's roses, of the safe small life she'd left behind. Then she looked at Smalltooth, his sleek form taut with anticipation, his eyes holding a plea she couldn't ignore. She'd fought wraiths, walked through a forest that whispered of danger, and followed a talking dog into a valley no one in Briarvale dared name. She wasn't turning back now. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady, despite the tremor in her hands. She stepped beside him, her reflection rippling faintly in the lake's surface. "What do I do?" "Kneel," Smalltooth said, lowering himself to the ground. "Look into the water and don't look away, no matter what you see. The lake will speak to your heart." Leora knelt, the cold stones biting through her cloak. She leaned forward, her face hovering over the lake, and the water shifted its surface, shimmering like liquid starlight. At first, she saw only herself, her hazel eyes wide, her chestnut hair framing a face pale with nerves. Then the image blurred and a new vision took shape. A man appeared, young and striking, with raven black hair and eyes the same piercing green as Smalltooth's. He wore a velvet cloak embroidered with silver, and a crown rested lightly on his brow. He was a prince regal, yet burdened his expression, one of quiet sorrow. Leora's breath caught. She knew him somehow, as if his face had always lived in the corners of her dreams. The vision deepened. The prince stood in a grand hall, its walls draped in tapestries, but a shadow fell across him. A woman appeared, her hair silver and wild, her eyes burning red like embers. She was a witch, her presence radiating malice. She raised her hands, and dark tendrils of magic coiled around the prince, who cried out as his body twisted, shrinking, his form melting into that of a black dog with small, sharp teeth. "You will live as a beast," the witch hissed, her voice like a blade, "until a heart pure and true loves you for who you are, not what you seem." Leora gasped, her hands gripping the stones. The dog in the vision was Smalltooth. She was sure of it. He was no mere creature, but a man, a prince cursed by a witch's cruelty. She turned to him, her voice trembling. "You're him," she said. "The prince? Why didn't you tell me?" Smalltooth's ears flattened, his gaze dropping to the lake. "I am Roland, Prince of Eldoria," he said, his voice heavy with shame. "The witch Vera cursed me for defying her. She wanted my kingdom, my power, but I refused her. This form is my punishment, and the curse binds my tongue. I could not speak my truth until someone trusted me enough to reach this lake. You, Leora, gave me that chance." Leora's heart ached at the pain in his voice. She reached out her fingers, brushing his fur, and found it warm, alive with the pulse of the man beneath. "I'm here now," she said. "What do we do?" But before Roland could answer, the lake rippled violently, its surface darkening. A new image formed, and Leora's stomach twisted. It was her alone, standing in Briarvale Square, surrounded by faces she knew. Her neighbors, her friends, even her father stared at her with cold eyes, their whispers sharp as knives. "She chose a beast," they said. "She's no longer one of us." The vision showed her garden withered, her cottage empty, her stories forgotten. Leora's greatest fear, rejection, abandonment, a life without love played out in cruel detail. She recoiled, tears stinging her eyes, but Roland's nose nudged her hand, grounding her. "Don't let it win," he said, his voice urgent. "The lake tests you, Leora. Your fear is real, but so is your strength." She nodded, wiping her eyes, but the air grew colder, the fog thickening. A laugh. sharp, venomous, cut through the hum of the lake. "Foolish girl," a voice hissed, and the fog parted to reveal Vera, the witch from the vision. She was no mere image now. Her silver hair whipped in an unseen wind, her red eyes glowing with malice. "You think you can break my curse?" she sneered. "He is mine, and you are nothing." Leora scrambled to her feet, her knife in hand, but Vera's laugh deepened. She flicked her wrist, and black vines erupted from the ground, their thorns dripping with dark sap. They coiled around Roland, pinning him to the stones, his growls muffled as he struggled. Leora screamed, lunging forward, but a gust of magic threw her back. Her knife skittering across the ground, Vera loomed closer, her voice a venomous purr. "Run, little storyteller, save yourself. He's not worth it." Leora's chest heaved, fear clawing at her, but she thought of Roland's eyes, of the man trapped in a dog's form, of the courage she'd found in the Blackwood. She stood, her voice shaking but fierce. "I love him," she said, the words spilling from her heart. "Not because he's a prince, but because he's kind, because he protected me, because he sees me. You can't take that away." The words rang out, and the mirror lake blazed its light, erupting like a star. The vines around Roland burned away, and he staggered free, his fur glowing with an inner fire. Vera shrieked, raising her hands, but the lake's light surged, wrapping around her. "No," she wailed, her form dissolving into smoke. The fog lifted the air, clearing, and the lake stilled its surface, reflecting only the moon. Once more Roland's body shimmered, and before Leora's eyes he changed. The dog vanished, and in its place stood the man from the vision. Roland, tall and real, his green eyes wide with wonder. He wore the same velvet cloak, though tattered now, and his face was both weary and radiant. He knelt before Leora, taking her hands. "You broke the curse," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Your love, your trust set me free." Leora's tears fell, relief and joy overwhelming her. She touched his face, marveling at the warmth of his skin, the reality of him. "You're really here," she whispered. He smiled, a smile that lit the clearing. "Because of you." But as they stood, hands clasped, Leora felt a pang of uncertainty. Roland was a prince, heir to a kingdom she'd only heard of in stories. She was a merchant's daughter, a teller of tales. Could she belong in his world? The lake's vision of rejection lingered, a shadow on her heart. Yet Roland's grip on her hands was steady, and she knew they'd face whatever came next together. The mirror lake lay still under the moon's gentle gaze, its surface a perfect reflection of the night sky, as if the stars themselves had come to rest in the mist veil. Leora stood hand in hand with Roland, the Prince of Eldoria. No longer a dog, but a man tall with raven black hair and emerald eyes that shone with gratitude and something deeper, something that made Leora's heart flutter. The air was clear now, the fog banished along with Vera's malevolent presence, and the runes along the lake's edge glowed softly, as if humming a quiet song of triumph. The curse was broken. Roland was free, and yet Leora felt a tremor of uncertainty. The lake had shown her truth, his truth, but also her deepest fear. A life rejected alone, her place in Briarvale lost forever. Roland's hands were warm, his grip steady as he looked into her eyes. "Leora," he said, his voice soft but resonant, "no longer muffled by the form of a dog, you've given me back my life. Not just my human form, but my hope, my heart. I owe you everything." He paused, his thumb brushing her knuckles, a gesture so tender it stole her breath. But I don't want to owe you. I want to share a life with you if you'll have me. Leora's chest tightened, joy mingling with doubt. She looked at him, truly seeing him now. The prince from the lake's vision, his tattered cloak hinting at a world of courts and crowns so far from her garden and stories. Roland, she said, her voice trembling. You're a prince. You belong to a kingdom, to a life. I don't know. I'm just me. A merchant's daughter. What place do I have in your world? His eyes softened and he stepped closer, his presence grounding her. You're not just anything, he said fiercely. You're Leora, who faced wraiths, who walked into the mist veil, who saw me not a beast but a man, and loved me enough to break a witch's curse. My world needs you not as a princess, but as you are. And if you choose me, I'll make sure you never feel out of place. Her throat ached with unshed tears. She wanted to believe him, to let his words wash away the fear the mirror lake had shown her. But the vision of Briarvale turning its back of her father's disapproval lingered like a shadow. She squeezed his hands, drawing strength from their warmth. I need to go home, she said, to see my father, to know where I stand. Will you come with me? Roland nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. To Briarvale and beyond, if you ask it. They left the mist veil at dawn, the valley's fog parting like a curtain as they climbed back to the Blackwood. The forest felt different now, less oppressive, its whispers softer as if it recognized their victory. Roland walked beside Leora, his stride confident but unhurried, and she marveled at how natural it felt to have him there. No longer a dog, but a man whose presence filled the silence with possibility. They spoke little, but their glances spoke volumes. His filled with quiet admiration, hers with a growing trust that warmed her against the morning chill. The journey back was swifter, the Blackwood's paths seeming to guide them. By midday, Briarvale came into view, its cobblestone streets gleaming under a pale sun. Leora's heart quickened as they approached her cottage, smoke curling from the chimney. She braced herself for her father's reaction. Edgar's protective anger, his disbelief at the dog's transformation. She tightened her grip on Roland's hand, and he squeezed back a silent promise to face whatever came together. The cottage door flew open before Leora could knock. Edgar stood there, his face haggard, a crumpled note, her note in his hand. Leora, he cried, pulling her into a fierce hug. You're safe, thank the stars. I found your letter, and His eyes landed on Roland, and he froze, his arms dropping. Who's this? Leora took a deep breath, her voice steady. Papa, this is Roland. He was the dog, the one who saved you. He's a prince cursed by a witch, and I broke the curse. The words tumbled out, and she braced for disbelief, but Edgar's gaze flickered with something like recognition. The dog, he said, slowly studying Roland's green eyes. So, like Smalltooth's. You spoke, asked for her hand. I thought you a monster. He shook his head, his voice softening. But you saved me, and now you're human. Roland bowed, his cloak rustling. I am Roland, Prince of Eldoria. I meant no harm, only to earn Leora's trust. She saved me, sir, in ways I can never repay. Edgar's jaw tightened, but he stepped aside, gesturing them in. Come inside, I want the whole story. By the hearth. Leora recounted everything: the Blackwood, the wraiths, the mist veil, the mirror lake, and Vera's defeat. Roland added details, his voice calm but earnest, explaining the curse and his kingdom's plight under Vera's shadow. Edgar listened, his skepticism giving way to awe, and when Leora spoke of her love for Roland, his eyes glistened. "You're my daughter," he said, his voice thick. "I was afraid for you, but you've done what I never could, faced magic and won. If this man is your choice, I won't stand in your way." Leora hugged him, tears spilling, the weight of her fear. The lake's vision of rejection lifted, replaced by a warmth that spread through her. But Briarvale's judgment loomed. The townsfolk had whispered of the demon dog. What would they say of a prince? Word of Leora's return spread, and by evening a crowd gathered outside the cottage. Neighbors, friends, curious children. Leora stepped out, Roland at her side, and faced them. She told their story, her voice clear and strong, the same voice that had woven tales for children. Roland stood tall, his presence regal yet humble, and when he spoke of Leora's courage, the crowd's murmurs turned to gasps, then cheers. The demon dog was gone, replaced by a prince, and Briarvale, ever fond of a good story, embraced theirs. Roland turned to Leora, his eyes searching. "I must return to Eldoria," he said loud enough for all to hear. "My kingdom needs me, but I need you more. Come with me, Leora. Not as a prize, but as my equal, my heart. Will you?" The crowd hushed, waiting. Leora thought of her garden, her stories, the life she'd known. Then she thought of Roland, of his sacrifice, his faith in her, the love that had broken a curse. She smiled, her fear dissolving like mist. "Yes," she said, and the crowd erupted, their cheers echoing through Briarvale. They left the next morning, Edgar's blessing warm in Leora's heart. He promised to visit his cart, already packed for a new journey. In Eldoria, Leora found a kingdom of golden spires and bustling markets, but also a people weary from Vera's shadow. She stood beside Roland as he reclaimed his throne, not as a princess draped in silks, but as a storyteller whose tales of courage rallied the court. Her story spread, binding Eldoria's heart as her garden had bound. Briarvale's the mirror, lake became a legend, a place where truth triumphed over fear. Leora and Roland returned to Briarvale often, their love a bridge between worlds. And in the cottage garden, Leora planted a new rose, its petals black as midnight, a tribute to the small-toothed dog who'd changed her life. The townsfolk told their story for generations, a tale of a girl who saw beyond a beast and a love that conquered even the darkest magic.